Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Women's Basketball is on the air. Presented by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, delivering the funds the university needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Also brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. U.S. Bank. Proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats. The official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by 988. There is hope with a 988 lifeline. Call or text 988 for free. 24/7. This is the University of Iowa Energy Collab Pregame Show. Powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. Empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Here's Rob Brooks and former Hawkeye Catherine Reynolds.
It's Iowa and Indiana. Welcome to Carver Hawkeye Arena. And when you put those two words together, you just can't help but think about Caitlin Clark coming off that screen and knocking down that three at the buzzer to secure a Hawkeye victory on the final day of the regular season. And that kind of has sparked this rivalry as the games over at Assembly Hall in Bloomington have been sold out. Certainly last year when we pulled up to the famed arena, people were lined up all the way around the arena late in the afternoon to try to get in for a 7 o'clock game. And with certainly the Hawkeyes losing a few games at Indiana and prevailing here, that's what constitutes a rivalry. And I think with you're not a border state like a Wisconsin or a Illinois or Nebraska, Minnesota, but when you have Iowa and Indiana in Big Ten women's basketball, it kind of just rises to the occasion, and the level, the intensity heats up a little bit, and that certainly will be the case this afternoon. Indiana, of course, no Mackenzie Holm. She was the center for the Hoosiers for so many years and graduated last year, but certainly some familiar names still with the Hoosiers, the likes of Yarden Garzone, Chloe Moore McNeil, the point guard, Sydney Parrish, outstanding scorer, looking to score more, transfer originally from Oregon. And Indiana, you go back to really kind of find their way at the beginning of the regular season. Lost at North Carolina back on the 25th of November, 69-39. And I remember seeing that score and kind of raise your eyebrows. But since then, the Hoosiers have ran off 7 of their last 8. And the only loss was at home to UCLA, a very good top 5 UCLA team, 73-62. And the Hoosiers coming off a victory at Northwestern, though it was a close game in Evanston, 68-64. Of course, the Hawkeyes, just like they were last Thursday, are looking for a bounce-back game. And that is certainly the case on this gold-out Sunday afternoon. Hawkeyes just couldn't quite get the job done over in Champaign last Thursday. Lost to the Fighting Illini 62-57. But certainly Hannah Stalkey, her 7th double-double of her career with 18 points and 13 rebounds. Lucy Olson was sharp with 16 points. And of course, the Hawkeyes will look to limit those turnovers as Addie O'Grady jumps back in to the starting lineup. So the Hawkeyes will go big to start the game today. Plenty coming up on the pregame show. Of course, we'll have our chat with Jan Jensen, and Catherine will be along with new first-year assistant coach Sean Sullivan, who is a student manager here at the University of Iowa, and most recently an assistant coach at North Carolina in his first season on the bench for head coach Jan Jensen, and get his thoughts on today's game as well. All that and more as we head to a 2 o'clock tip the Hoosiers and the Hawkeyes. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our Cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawk fans, join the Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minnesota this February 6th and 7th when the Hawkeyes take on the Minnesota Gophers. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to present the official away game package that includes game tickets, motor coach transportation to and from Minneapolis with overnight accommodations at the Graduate Hotel within walking distance of the arena. Show your support for our incredible Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minneapolis in this fun-filled Hawkeye travel package. Email Alex at duagency.com or call 319-393-1359.
Welcome back courtside, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Today's game sponsor is the Iowa Energy Collaborative, and Paul Robinson is the CEO. And Paul, you're new to this. Fill us in.
Hi, Rob. Well, first, thank you for having me. It's a real privilege to be here. I am the new CEO of the University of Iowa Collaborative, and I've been in this role since early December. Previously, I retired from the federal government, ran global energy and electronic technology programs on behalf of the Army through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I wanted to share today that I came here because of the unique and great opportunity that our partnership with the University of Iowa presents to the future of energy and utilities management. And for our partnership to be seen as leaders and influencers across the energy space, and to become that model and that example for our students, our community, institutions of higher learning, and the industry at large. So I am excited about what the future holds. And that being said, I am just thrilled to become part of this charming city and the University of Iowa, and I am proud to be a sponsor of our women's basketball.
Well, that's a great place, and we appreciate it. And this is the Energy Collaborative's second year of being the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball. Where do you see the value in the partnership?
Well, the partnership is a collaborative, right? The partnership is a collaborative, is a concessionaire, where we are a separate company, a JV, that has partnered with the University of Iowa over a 50-year privatization deal. It's also known as a public-private venture, a PPV or a P3, and where we oversee, manage, and maintain the utilities infrastructure of the university. But beyond providing affordable and reliable utility services, we work with the university to craft a vision of the future, develop robust plans, and the necessary capital investments to recapitalize the infrastructure with progressive, resilient, and sustainable energy solutions. And knowing the uniqueness and novelty of the particular P3 structure and how it's presented, that it would really be the envy of the industry and would draw positive attention and opportunity for the University of Iowa. So with that said, I am excited again, as I mentioned to you, about the future, and to look forward working closely with the university and its leadership to be all that we can be.
Tell us a little bit more about the Energy Collaborative.
Yeah, so it's a sponsorship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. I'd like to say, when I think of the University of Iowa Collaborative, I'd like to say we do right, and we do energy right, and we identify with excellence. And I look at these ladies, and they epitomize excellence and hard work and a can-do spirit in every way. And it's clearly evident to me, just in the short time that I've been here, that they are really beloved by this community, and that they do right by this university. And so that's absolutely consistent with our values and what we hold dear. And it is our delight to support them and through their hard work and through their journey as they move forward.
Well, Paul, appreciate your sponsorship. It's hopefully been a great partnership, and appreciate you stopping by.
Sure. You bet, Rob. Delighted to be here, and thank you for having me. And go ladies, and go Hawkeyes.
Hopefully it's a big day, huh?
Hopefully
Need a victory.
It's a big day. Yes, sir. You got it.
So thank you to Paul Robinson and the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, today's game sponsor and also season-long presenting partner of Hawkeye women's basketball. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Lacer Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacer Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacer Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacer.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Check out Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. They are like new and only available at your local Honda dealer. Checked, inspected, and reconditioned with genuine Honda parts by factory-trained technicians. Honda certified it and backed it with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Certified pre-owned Hondas are in stock now at your local Honda dealer. Drive worry-free with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Honda certified it. Only when you buy at your local Honda dealer.
Hawks out on the court, warming up, basket to our right on this gold-out Sunday afternoon. Of course, the Hawkeyes will be in the gold uniforms, as most people have come in their gold sweatshirts and T-shirts, and should be a terrific atmosphere this afternoon. As we talked about, Sean Sullivan in his first year under new head coach Jan Jensen, and we wanted to get his comments on Indiana and kind of the game plan for the Hawkeyes today. Catherine had a chance to talk to him earlier today.
Coach Sullivan, can you tell us a little bit of what the last few days have looked like after a tough one at Illinois, after Maryland last Sunday, what the team practices and meetings and that sort of thing have sounded and looked like?
Yeah, we have to go back to the drawing board. So, as a staff, we watch the film, we see what are the themes that really hurt us and what are the things that the team can, really see and relate, and how do we get better that can transition to Indiana. So, coming back on the bus, it's a long bus ride, so we were able to watch all the film. And, we come up with a lot of things, and the main thing is what are the controllables? And it's the rebounding, it's the turnovers, and it's just we got to have the offense click a little bit more, and it's just with pace and urgency. And so now when we had practice, our women were able to see it during the film, and those are the main things that we worked on. And practice was great the last 2 days. It was very intense, as it should be, and we competed a lot. And I think the one thing that the women did is that they responded really well for these next few games coming up.
Yeah, and so looking at today against Indiana, it seems a little bit of a theme. All these teams feel a little bit like rivals over the last few years. You know, a lot of good contests and some continuity here in this Indiana roster. You've got Sydney Parrish, Lily Meister, Yarden Garzone, and Chloe Moore-McNeil, who've all spent time in an Indiana uniform. And then Shea Chesky, another star guard for them from Penn State originally, and having a really nice season so far with Indiana. But if you can just talk a little more in detail about the matchup today. Yeah,
you know, Indiana is such a great team. They're coached really well. And the one thing that they do, just like us, they shoot the ball well. And they really run their plays, and they run it through all the way. I think that's the one thing that Indiana is really good at. They don't break off and try to do their own thing. They go through every option, and they always get a good look. They pass up a good shot for a great one. So that was one of the themes we really try to work in practice is, like, we got to defend throughout the entire shot clock. Indiana is really good with their pace, with the stop and go. They set a lot of these great screens just to get open, and teams kind of struggle with it, and they pay with the three-point shot. So we just got to do a great job of containing, talking early, and making sure that anytime they shoot a shot, it's contested, and it's a hard two.
Yeah, so summarizing the keys to a Hawkeye victory today.
Yeah, the keys are definitely we got to rebound. Got to rebound. The second thing is limiting our turnovers, because we can't give them opportunities to try to go down and score. And I would say last but not least is just let's take our time with our offense and be patient, because when we reverse the ball and we look at all the options, we always get good looks with it and scores.
Well, thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks to Coach Sullivan as he brings you some insight on Iowa and Indiana today. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. And today's game sponsor is the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative delivers the funds the university needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Thank you to the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative for their season-long presenting sponsorship of Hawkeye women's basketball. Jan Jensen is next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, with our partner, NG Iowa, is offering full-time positions in utility operations for our campus and hospital water, heating, steam, and distribution systems. Check out the jobs and apply at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. We provide experiential travel and vacation planning for Hawkeye fans across the state. Contact one of our destination experts to start planning your next trip at duagency.com.
Join Bobby Hansen and Gary Dolphin each week for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. They'll be joined each week by Coach McCaffrey and a Hawkeye player. For the complete schedule, visit HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to the Hawkeye pregame show before 11-4 Indiana and the 12-4 Iowa Hawkeyes. Time for the shoot-around with Jan Jensen, and it's presented by Oak Knoll. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oaknall.com to learn more. Jan, the Hawks and the Hoosiers today, and it seems like over the last several years, when you look at these two teams, there's been some games in this arena, and of course some outstanding games at Assembly Hall, and it just two teams that have fought for championships the last several years. It just has a little different feel to it, doesn't it?
You know, it does. I think rivalries over the history of the Big Ten. You have your old and true. You know, you have some new ones that come in, right? Nebraska is relatively new, but I think everybody from football fans to basketball fans, you can, pretty much say that that's a pretty good border war rivalry. But I think at the beginning of the Big Ten, I remember being here, felt like it always leaned towards Ohio State's. But I think now you got a really good, I think in the good and healthiest way, rivalry with Indiana. Both programs have had a nice ascension and had some really pretty good players and had some good players make some pretty big plays. So it's made for great legendary games.
So Indiana, finally, but more McNeil, Parrish, Garzone back with experience.
Right. I'm telling you, they're learning just like we had to learn to play without some key pieces. And I think they've really started to do that the last couple of weeks especially. I think their games right before Christmas, you could tell they were starting to hit their stride. And, Sydney Parrish is a kid we recruited, and, she just is a killer from three. And Garzon is, she can score at all three levels, but her three-point shot is really, really good. Chloe, McNeil, their point guard, that's three pretty strong key pieces. And their post player is really doggone good. They got an excellent transfer out of Chesky, saying that correctly, from Penn State, she's a scorer. So they're starting to figure it out. So they're, they don't have Holmes, but they got some pretty good other pieces.
They sure do. Still a team that really likes to push the basketball.
Yeah, their break is really pretty. And they do a little bit differently than most teams. A lot of teams will transition to the block and the wing and the trail. They go to the corners. And you say, well, that's not that much of a difference. But it really is in the sense that, because a lot of times defense will they're just out of habit. They stop in like the wing area and they're holding, and then they kind of don't drift as quickly to the corner. And a kid like a Parrish or a Garzone, man, they can make you pay. So we got to transition to those corners.
What have they done defensively so far this year?
I think they're just solid. Terry, their head coach, Morin, she just always is a good defensive coach, and they play their principles. When they play their zone, they do some doubling off the zone. They know exactly who to sag off on, who to shade towards. So they're really disciplined and principled, and they just make it really hard because they're really long. Parrish is long. Garzone is long. Their point guard is long. So they got a lot of long arms to play in a zone and play in a passing lane.
Addie back in the starting lineup today?
Yeah, we're going to go big. And that was decided even before we went into the game at Illinois. It's just we're trying to make the best use possible at different matchups at different times. So, we got a lot of bigs, coming up. This game is a true big. Markowski is a true big. Oregon has a kid that's 6'8" or 9. So you think sometimes people make a lot of fuss over who starts, but I'm trying to figure out the best starts for games. But I'm not as married to it. I don't think that was a reason we didn't do as well at Illinois or we did better at a start. I'm just trying to figure out all the pieces, but this makes sense to go back to Addie. It's a big start.
Just kind of look at matchups?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, Jan, well, let's go get a home victory. It'll be a great crowd.
That'd be great. Take care and go Hawks.
Jan Jensen on the pregame show before Iowa and Indiana. We'll be back with more pregame after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life's busy, and Quick Start gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quick Start is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quick Start, where your day gets easier and better.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Go to BigGrove.com and enter for your chance to win Hawkeye tickets all season long. Or join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes, all season long. Go Hawks!
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Lacer Graphics and Science provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacer Graphics and Science helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacer Graphics and Science, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacer.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Starting lineups presented by Melrose Meadows. Tired of cooking, cleaning, or just being alone? Check out Melrose Meadows, voted Iowa City's best retirement community. With the underground parking, a heated pool, and endless opportunities to stay fit and social. Learn more. Visit melrosemeadows.com. Shea Chesky, Yarden Garzone, Chloe Moore McNeil, the point guard, Sydney Parrish, and Lily Meister in the middle at 6'3". Hawkeyes go back to the lineup they used most of the year with Stalky, Falter, Fierbach, Olsen, and O'Grady. The tip next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, MidAmerican Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Big game in the Big Ten. The Hawks at 12-4. Indiana at 11-4. Winners of 7 of their last 8. Hoosiers 3-1 in the conference. The Hawkeyes 2-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. This afternoon's opening tip is brought to you by Farmers State Bank. Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval. Minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. Catherine, what do the Hawkeyes have to do today? Big game in the Big Ten.
Big game in the Big Ten. A happy Sunday to everybody out there listening. And yeah, I won't be too lengthy with this, as we heard some keys to the game from Coach Sullivan prior to tip. But what I really do want to kind of dive into a little bit is Iowa being disciplined on the offensive end of the floor and the defensive end of the floor. I think that's the real kind of overarching key in my mind today. Against Illinois, you saw Illinois really work to use the shot clock, use almost all 30 seconds when they were on offense, and keep, therefore, Iowa from doing their transition offense, playing a faster style of play. And I think Indiana will look to do the same thing, seeing how effective that was against Iowa. So what that means is sticking with your principles as an Iowa team. It's don't allow the way the other team wants to play to dictate how you play. When you get defensive rebounds, get out, go, play fast just like you want to. And then secondly, discipline on ball screen coverage. Indiana sets a lot of ball screens to try to create things offensively. So know if you need to go over it or under it, contest for the three, and then play good help side defense and be there when they do get into the paint.
Well, let's see if the Hawkeyes can collaborate and get many of those things done today. Stolke, Meister, jump center circle controlled by the Hawkeyes. Off to the basket to our right. Indiana in the Crimson Road uniforms with white Indiana across the front with white numbers as Feuerbach gets the ball to the left side and the Hawkeyes turn it over. Stolke couldn't keep it from going out of bounds, and a quick transition three by Parrish left to the top of the key, no good. A Falter gets the rebound. That's what Indiana loves to do. They will push it and certainly look for that transition three-pointer. Here's O'Grady, and she couldn't handle a pass. It got away from her. Dug up by Meister. So Hawkeyes 2 trips, 2 turnovers. Chloe Moore-McNeil drops it off for Garzone. She goes into the middle of the paint, and the floater is up and good.
Now, definitely frustrating start for Iowa. 2 turnovers to start the game, but valuing the ball, it's another key today, Rob.
So the Hoosiers strike first in this one. Here's Feuerbach. Pushes the ball right side. Lucy Olsen puts it on the floor, dribbles behind her back, pulls from 15. That's short. Looks like she lost control of it going up. Indiana comes down with the rebound in the front court. Chesky drops it off from Moore-McNeil outside the arc. Olsen comes out on her. Moore-McNeil left-handed dribble as the Hoosiers work it around the outer arc. Now Moore-McNeil goes through, catches it on the right side. Free throw line extended, gets a screen, puts it on the floor, gets into the paint, gathers, goes up and finishes a short jump shot by Chloe Moore-McNeil.
Too easy again, letting him get too deep into the paint and then take an easy shot in the lane.
4-0 Indiana. Just underway inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. Here's Olsen on the left side. Hands it off to a Falter. Looks inside, now puts the ball on the floor, and then tried to get it out front, and it's batted away and dug up by Parrish. Parrish in the front court for Indiana goes up, and it looked like a pretty clean block by Hannah Stolke, but foul number 1 will go on Stolke. And there's a foul on Hannah not even 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, something we saw last weekend against Maryland that really played Hannah out of the game a little bit in the first half. So Hannah's staying in there after her first foul drawn here, but something she has to be aware of. And, that being said, Rob, I do think she played pretty good defense there straight up. A little bit of contact, and I try not to talk too loud as the official who called it now standing directly in front of us, but maybe I should talk a little louder.
Yeah, nothing he hasn't heard before.
Yeah, trying to make his day with only 2 minutes expired as Parrish makes the first free throw.
Coming off a 12-7 against Northwestern, knocks down the second one, and it's 6-0 in favor of Indiana. Hawks have only got one shot, and it was a contested 15-footer on the right side. Here's McCabe into the game, and there's instant offense. A 3 for Taylor McCabe from the left side.
Exactly the spark they're looking for Taylor McCabe off the bench.
Here's Parrish on the right side for Indiana. Goes down, lost control of the basketball, but then gets it to Chesky. And she steps out of bounds along the sideline. And Indiana turns it over. Hawkeye basketball down 6-3.
You know, and some of the lineups that we're seeing from Iowa, I think sometimes people wonder, hey, why isn't Taylor McCabe starting? But that's why. When you have someone who can come off the bench and bring a spark the way Taylor does, that's really important for your team.
Well, it's like Coach Jensen said, it's not necessarily who starts the game. She's in with 2 minutes to go. Nice spin move in the paint by Hannah Stalky. Goes up strong with the left hand off glass. And the Hawkeyes pull to within 1. Indiana quickly down court. Here's Chesky, the transfer from Penn State. Drives down the left side of the lane. Left-handed layup is up and good. Softly off the window.
Chesky, a really good offensive player. All Big Ten honorable mention at Penn State last year. That's a one to watch this afternoon.
Had 20 in Evanston the other night. Here's Olsen at the free throw line. A little Euro step, scoop shot with the right hand is good.
It's good patience against a good defender. Moore McNeil, all Big Ten defensive team and a really strong defender. So nice move from Lucy.
8-7 in favor of Indiana with the basketball. Here's Moore McNeil. Fakes left, goes right. Now kicks it off to Garzone for 3, and she swishes it from the left side.
You see that Iowa started having Hannah Stolke guarding Garzone, and what happened there was Hannah's used to guarding people who she can help off of. She can't help off of Garzone at the three-point line. Needed to close out tighter.
Good three-point shooter. Olsen gets down along the baseline, then kicks it out to Hannah Stalky on the left side. 11-7 in favor of Indiana. Almost 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. O'Grady catches the ball in the paint and then had it knocked away by Meister. Here's McNeil. Chloe Moore McNeil pulls up at the elbow. Now Parrish wheels on the left side, goes to the basket and lost control of it and out of bounds as she tried to go up on the left block. Hawkeye basketball along the baseline.
Sydney Parrish, a player who has been dealing with some knee injuries throughout this season, playing in a pretty significantly sized brace that you typically see players wearing when they're coming back from an ACL. Fortunately, she didn't have an ACL injury, but maybe a little bit of a step slower than she's used to being, and more of a three-point shooter than a driver.
Yeah, wearing that on her left knee. Caroline Striplin into the game. Started her career at Tennessee. Here is Stalky working hard down on the right block, goes up strong, and the shot is short off the right side of the rim. Now the ball is loose out near the three-point arc. Both teams on the court, and that'll be a jump ball. Hawkeyes won the opening tip, so this time it will go to Indiana on top by 4, 11-7, 5:42 left to go in the first.
One matchup I think Iowa will look to exploit on the offensive end is Sydney Parrish defending Hannah Stolke. Parrish is a good defender, but she's not a post defender typically, so looking for Stolke at the block.
Vargas are also into the game for Indiana, so both teams have gone to the bench. Garzone for 3, knocks it down from the right side. And she can really get going. A streaky three-point shooter, already has 8, and Indiana has doubled up on Iowa 14-7. Hawkeyes with the basketball. Stalky, free throw line extended left. Hands it off to Lucy Olsen, who drives baseline. Stop and pull from 15, no good. Off the left side of the iron. Indiana with the rebound. Quickly gets it in the front court. Now Vargas are in the corner for a 3. That's an air ball. And into the hands of Taylor McCabe, who brings it across the timeline. Stremlo plays catch with Olsen, fires a 3, strong off the right side of the iron. Stremlo goes after it and tries to save it from going out of bounds. Thought that she got it off an Indiana player. The initial call was Indiana basketball. And right now it's going to stay that way. Good hustle, though, by the Hawkeye freshman.
Yeah, no surprise to see Taylor Stremlo pursuing a rebound the way she just did. And again, creating extra possessions by how hard she plays the game.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Timeout on the court. 4:50 left to go in the first. It is IU 14, the Hawkeyes 7. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. You'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Indiana has started hot. 5 out of 7 from the floor, 2 out of 4 from three-point range, but Yarden Garzone is 2 for 2 and already has 8 points. The Hawkeyes 3 out of 7. 42.9%, 1 out of 2 from 3. Taylor McCabe able to knock one down. Join the Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. So they did reverse that call. Initially, it was Indiana basketball. And now, the two officials got together and give the possession to the Hawkeyes. Stremlow in between the circles, out at the tip of the logo. Left side McCabe, now Hayden into the game. Gets a sharp pass to Olsen, now back to Hayden. She fakes, now to Stremlow. Finds an alley, goes down the right side of the lane. Shot is up and no good as the shot clock expired. Indiana quickly down court as Chesky lost control of it in the paint. Dug up by Hayden. Ahead to Olsen. Now right side, McCabe. Quick three. No good. Short off the right side of the iron. Stremlow gets the rebound, then had it knocked away from her. Boy, you got to take care of that basketball underneath because Indiana's flying. A lot of hands in there trying to get an extra possession. Hoosiers get it into the front court on top 14-7. Indiana will set up their offense. Here's Garzone on the left side with 8 to shoot. Now drives baseline. Shot is up and wild, and you got to really credit a Falter for the rebound. And then McCabe has the ball knocked away after she got the rebound by Bargesser and out of bounds. So it will be Hawkeye basketball down 7.
And we are seeing Indiana work the shot clock. You know, if they don't have instant transition offense, they will set up a play. You see Coach Morin kind of setting people, getting him exactly where she wants. A little bit of a chess match when it comes to the Indiana offense.
Olsen jogs it across the timeline. Moore McNeil comes out on her. Lucy dribbles behind her back at the top of the key and now wheels to the left side and is bumped by Moore McNeil. Hit the floor hard, but she's okay. Moore McNeil picks up her first, the team's second. It'll be ball possession for the Hawkeyes down 7 with 3:32 left to go in the first.
No one's working harder than Terry Morin is down there on these officials. They've gotten an earful from her a handful of times already, just 6.5 minutes into the game, but she's not used to seeing Moore McNeil foul. She's someone who we saw defend Caitlin Clark and defend her pretty well over the last several seasons, so good defender and a good matchup with Lucy Olsen.
Well, you can't get on them for 40 minutes if you don't do it from the start.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. That goes without saying, I guess.
Hayden has the ball in the paint, pivots, goes up and finishes. Terrific patience by the freshman.
Terrific patience and terrific footwork, something Ava Hayden has a real strength in her arsenal.
Indiana in the front court. Gets it out to Parrish. Long three. A little bit strong. Missed it straight away, but Indiana gets the long rebound. We'll have a second opportunity. 14-9 as Indiana pushes the ball inside, and Iowa will commit a foul underneath. That'll be the first on Taylor Stremlow, and the Hawkeyes' second ball possession for the Hoosiers. 3:01 left to go in the first. Indiana by 5 with the basketball. Here's Parrish. Hands it off to Bargesser. Backup point guard. Gets it back to Parrish, and she couldn't handle a pass, and some miscommunication on the right side, and Indiana turns it over.
Yeah, it worked out as a turnover. It was probably going to be one either way. Probably could have been a moving screen on Sydney Parrish there as well, but we'll take the turnover on the dead ball. Hawkeyes
in the front court. Stremlow in between the circles, and a foul away from the ball, and that whistle is going to go on Lucy Olson. Aaliyah Guyton in for Olson. Aaliyah got her first start at Illinois last Thursday.
Those count as turnovers too, you know, and it's just been a theme for Iowa so far this season. Look for them to clean that up here as we close out the first quarter.
14-9, Indiana with the basketball. On the left side, Bargesser tries to move it toward the top of the key. McCabe gets over the screen. Bargesser goes down right of the lane, and traveling is called as she tried to come to a jump stop. Just drug that pivot foot. Hawkeye basketball.
Yeah, we'll call it a wash now. Turnover, and start from a clean slate. Look, Iowa to get a score here.
Yeah, Indiana's got several of their own. 14-9, Hoosiers on top. Guyton with the basketball. Gives it off to Hayden, who comes out beyond the three-point arc right at the top of the key. Holds the ball above her head. Now hands to McCabe. Now Stremlow, free throw line extended right. Takes a couple of dribbles, pulls up her dribble. Gets it to the left side, Guyton. 8 to shoot as we approach 2 minutes left to go in the first. Guyton gives it off to McCabe. Now to a Falter. Drives down the left side of the lane. Left-handed layup. Good as she came off a screen and raced down the lane for the layup. And now the play has been blown dead.
As a delay of game warning, Sydney Falter accidentally made contact with the basketball after that made layup. So the refs are talking it over. I don't think it'll be anything, but because of the contact, be at least a warning to Sydney for the delay of game.
Well, she's going to get a technical. And Jan Jensen just can't believe it out near midcourt.
A technical foul has been called on number 3, Sid Falter, for swatting the ball.
I stand corrected on thinking it would be just a delay of game call, but I think that's one of those things that, you know, by the rule, by the text of the rule, that's what officials are supposed to call when a player does that, you know, when after a made basket, go in the other direction. So just unfortunate for Sydney Falter. I mean, anyone who's watched Sydney play for more than a minute knows it would never be her intent.
And Jan Jensen still wants an explanation from 2 of the officials, and now one of the officials having a conversation with Sid Falter, who's smiling her way through it. Hawkeyes do pull to within 3 at the 2-minute mark of the first quarter.
Got a little further explanation here, Rob. It sounds like the basketball was already in the possession of the Indiana player off of, you know, gathering the basketball out of the net. Because that is when Sydney made contact with the basketball after it was in her hand. And, you know, again, I do believe it was unintentional by Sydney. Arm was just following through. But I'll have her back. I'll have her back all day.
And Bargesser will get free throws, and she knocks down the first one. Alexis Bargesser plays about half the game as of late off the Indiana bench and knocks down both free throws. And that puts the Hoosiers up by 5. Mulaney, her first appearance for the Hawkeyes for Taylor Stremlow. And Indiana will get the ball.
Yeah, use it as motivation, Rob. You can see Jan's ripping off her blazer. She's got a nice shirt on underneath it. She's fired up. The team's fired up. Let's go.
I like it. Or McNeil down on the right block and goes up and scores over Guyton. And she will post as a bigger guard. More McNeil with 4. 18-11 as Hayden has the ball down on the block. Now gets it out to McCabe. Free throw line extended left. 1:30 left to go. First quarter. Dribbles toward the baseline. Now gives it to Hayden, racing toward the rim. And caught it in stride. And a foul will be called on Indiana's Strickland. 6'3" senior will pick up her first, and Ava Hayden at the free throw line. Amendola into the game for the first time for the Hoosiers. Iowa down 7.
Striplin, a transfer from Tennessee, working her way into that post rotation for Indiana as Hayden hits the front end of the 2 free throws. But Mackenzie Holmes is who we got so used to watching in an Indiana uniform, and she maintains on Indiana's staff now as a graduate assistant. So they're learning from her and all the success she had as a post player under Coach Terry Moran.
Yeah, what a career she had. Hayden knocks down the second free throw. She has 4, 18-13. Indiana with the lead in the basketball. 1:20 left to go in the first quarter. Garzone, right side, drops it inside to Meister. Now back to McNeil, top of the key, hesitates, drives down the left side, short on the left-handed layup. Mulaney the rebound, gets it to Guyton, sprints to the free throw line, to the lane, goes up, and a whistle as Guyton was flying through the air, went hard to the rim. It looks like they're just going to call that Aaliyah lost control of the ball out of bounds along the baseline.
Like a good aggressive take, but a clean defensive play from Nor McNeil contesting the shot.
18-13, Indiana. The lead in the basketball, under a minute in a hot first quarter. Both teams showing some intensity out there. Meister out beyond the three-point arc in between the circles. Right side, more McNeil. Inside, Garzone. And as she tried to make a move outside the lane, traveling the call. Hawkeye basketball with 44.2 left to go in the first, down 18-13.
A good post defense there. Jump off on the catch, but make them have to make the first move. And again, the chess match continues.
Guyton across the timeline, not in any hurry. More McNeil out on her. Now Mulaney swings the ball to a falter. Free throw line extended right out beyond the three-point arc. Now back to Guyton. Inside Hayden. Spins in the paint. Goes up strong and has the ball knocked away. Went for the left-handed shot. Meister held her ground. Did the job defensively. Indiana can hold for the final shot with 15 seconds. More McNeil out near the timeline. Guyton on her. Indiana 26-6 last year. Pushed the ball into the corner. Three-pointer by Amendola is up and no good. Hawks get the rebound to close out the first 10 minutes. Indiana has led the entire way. Hawkeyes hanging in there. 18-13 Hoosiers over the Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill up, pump it up with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. We'll head to the second quarter. Iowa down 18-13. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Hey Hawk fans, ready to elevate your game day experience? Introducing Daydreamer Cannabis Infused Beverages. Made locally in North Liberty, Iowa, Daydreamer is your all-natural, low-calorie lifestyle beverage made with real fruit. It's light, healthy, and alcohol-free. Just what you need to keep you relaxed when the game heats up. So grab yourself a Daydreamer. Sip local and dream big. As always, enjoy responsibly. Visit us online at enjoydaydreamer.com.
Life's busy, and Quick Start gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quick Start is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quick Start, where your day gets easier and better.
Hawks down 18-13 after one. Didn't get off to a great start, but started to get into some flow, especially the last 5 minutes, as already 10 players have played at least 2 minutes for the Hawkeyes. Kylie Feuerbach at 1:50. As it looks like Taylor McCabe will stay in the game with Guyton, O'Grady, a Falter, and Hannah Stolke. Always assume a down power line is energized. Stay far away and call 911. Get more safety tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com. Hawkeye basketball. 18-13 Indiana to start quarter number 2. O'Grady comes out to the elbow, will fire a 16-foot jumper and turn around and knock it down.
A nice call for the set play coming out of the quarter. Got exactly what they wanted out of it.
O'Grady leads the Big Ten, 67% from the field. Moore McNeil trying to post down on the right block. Chesky drives the paint. And now a bounce pass inside to a wide open Lily Meister, who averages 11.2. Hawkeyes just lost her on defense, and she gets her first basket. Indiana by 5. The Hawkeyes with the basketball. Stolke comes out left wing, trying to get a bounce pass into Addie O'Grady, and it's knocked away and out of bounds. Touched last by the Hoosiers. Iowa basketball underneath.
Yeah, and the defensive lapse was because of a bad closeout on Sydney Parrish. Bad closeout, she gets in the lane, Addie has to help up, and then her person's left open.
Indiana recognized that and got 2 points from Meister. Hawkeyes down 5 with the ball. Turnaround jumper, Addie O'Grady just left to the paint from 10 feet. O'Grady with 4 on back-to-back possessions. And now the ball batted away along the baseline by Hannah Stolke. Great job defensively, as Indiana tried to get that ball into the left corner to set up a three-pointer. Garzone will throw it in along the baseline. She has to lob it out toward midcourt to Moore McNeil. 1 minute into quarter number 2. Hawkeyes down 3. Moore McNeil. Now she'll fire a 3 straight away and bank it in. How many of those have we seen this year?
Always on Sundays.
Always. Here's a Falter, free throw line extended right. Holds the ball low. Now puts it on the floor, gets into the paint. Lobs a pass into the corner to Guyton on the left wing. She fakes right, goes left along the baseline, drops it off for O'Grady. And Addie lost control of the ball as she was doubled. It's picked up by Garzone. In transition, flips it back to Sydney Parrish. 3 ball, no good. Left to the top of the key. O'Grady scoops the ball to McCabe. Comes across the timeline. Now a Falter, free throw line extended right. 23-17 in favor of Indiana, second quarter. A Falter puts the ball on the floor with the left hand. Reverses it to Stolke on the left wing. Now drives paint. Goes up, has it blocked away by Meister. And the ball kicked out of bounds by O'Grady. Indiana will have the ball. Olsen for Guyton. Mullaney for Stolke.
Indiana's a very, very disciplined defensive team, and so they're sagging off of Stolke. So she tries to drive, because that's more of a strength of hers, but when they're sagging off and waiting for you in the paint, it makes it really tough to finish. And so, over time, Hannah's working on that three-point shot, but it's still not something she's totally comfortable taking, and you got to respect that too.
23-17 Indiana, lead in the basketball. Moore McNeil, top of the key, gives it off to Parrish. She puts the ball on the floor, heads toward the paint, lost control of it. Both teams go after it. It's a jump ball, and the possession arrow favors the Hoosiers. Terry Morin, the head coach of Indiana, in her 11th year at IU. Of course, Sweet 16 team last year at 26-6, 15-3 in Big Ten conference play. Hawks get it in, or Indiana gets it in. Bargesser fires a three-pointer, left side, no good. Hawks get the rebound. A Falter brings it herself to the top of the key. Now McCabe, right of the top of the key. Reverse the ball to a Falter. Tried to get it inside to Addie O'Grady. And the pass is errant and goes out of bounds to the Hoosiers. 23-17. Indiana lead in the basketball. 7:25 left to go until halftime. Parrish gives it off to Bargesser. Now Striplin. Back to Maura McNeil. Her long two from the top of the key is good.
And going underneath screen, Sydney Fulter just got buried in the lane and left Maura McNeil all by herself.
Who's improved her jump shot. Here's Mullaney for three. Left side, no. Back up the iron and out of bounds. But the long rebound touched last by Indiana, so the Hawks will retain possession. Stremlo for a Fulter.
Not for the first time in this game. Iowa's on a 2-minute plus scoring drought, and we've seen that happen a little bit throughout the year where the offense gets stagnant. So that's when I think you run a set, you look to get something easy.
Olsen will throw it in along the baseline. Left-handed pass to O'Grady on the right side. Hands it back off to Olsen. She's doubled. Now to Addy. One dribble. Left side. Mullaney couldn't save it from going out of bounds. Looked like Teagan was on the move, and O'Grady threw it behind her. And another Hawkeye turnover.
The ninth turnover of the game for the Hawks, and early in the game again, simply just kind of an Achilles heel for the Hawks so far.
25-17. Indiana with the lead. Maura McNeil with the ball on the right side. Playing catch with Striplin. Now Maura McNeil put it on the floor, lost control of it, and now regathers the ball with 7 to shoot and fires a three-pointer straight away off the back of the bracket into the hands of Stremlo. Taylor brings the ball into the front court with that right-handed dribble. Angles right side. Inside O'Grady, back outside Mullaney for three. Rimming no. And a foul is called on the rebound. It's going to go against the Hoosiers. That'll be on Alexis Bargesser.
The action that led to that Teagan Mullaney wide open three is exactly what Iowa was looking to do. They know that double is coming down on the post into Addie O'Grady, so the double came from Teagan's player. Quick pitch back out to Teagan for the open three, so you got to be happy when you get open looks like that.
Hawks have not scored for 2:54, trail 25-17. 6:13 left to go in quarter number 2. Here's Olsen, left side, stops and pops from 12 off the right side of the rim. Nice box out and rebound by Striplin, but then she's tied up by Stremlo, who always is going after that basketball. Possession arrow favors the Hawks.
Back-to-back pursuits of the offensive rebound lead to an extra possession for Iowa, and both of them from Taylor Stremlo. The first one she gets fouled, the second one she ties it up and gets the ball back to Iowa.
Olsen gets it into Feuerbach, free throw line extended left, holds the ball at her hip, and a whistle away from the ball. Is going to go against Indiana. Sydney Parrish will pick up her first. 6:03 left to go, second quarter. Hawks will do it again along the baseline. Olsen fakes a pass inside, now gets it to Stalkey on the left side and goes strong to the rim. That's a shot that goes over the right side of the rim. And a tie-up situation once again on the rebound. This time, the Hoosiers will keep it on top 25-17. Both teams having a difficult time getting anything in the hoop. Garzone on the left side, fakes left, goes to the top of the key, swings it to Parrish. She fires a three, strong off the left side of the iron. Long rebound, hustled down by Mullaney. Gets it to Stremlo across the timeline. Feuerbach right side, inside. Stalkey back out to Mullaney. She spins at the free throw line. Back to the basket, now gets it to Stalkey, drives baseline, powers her way in, and went up and hit the bottom of the glass. Indiana gets the rebound, a breakaway two for Bargesser. Timeout Hawks. 30-second timeout taken by Iowa, now down 10 at 27-17. And Indiana on a 7-0 run the last 3:28. 5:21 left to go in quarter number 2. The Hawks down 10. Indiana leads at 27-17. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Honda drivers, if you want to keep your Honda a Honda, only service your Honda with the experts at your local Honda dealer. They use genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to service all Hondas, keeping your Honda a Honda. Don't trust your investment to anyone else. Only service with genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to make sure your Honda stays 100% Honda. When you need service for your Honda, search a local Honda dealer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Low scoring second quarter. Indiana has outpaced the Hawkeyes 9-4. Have their big lead of the game at 27-17. Cash prizes are coming to town with the new holiday scratch and Instaplay tickets from the Iowa Lottery, including over $1 million in second chance prizes when you enter. Non-winning tickets in the VIP club. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today. Also at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Hawks shooting just 33%, 7-21, knocked down one three-pointer. Indiana, who started hot in the first quarter, tapered off a little bit last few minutes of quarter number one. They are 10 of 21 overall, 47.6%. Hawks with the basketball, down 10. 5:15 left to go until halftime. Olsen comes off a screen, wanders back behind the three-point arc. Now Mulaney for three, in and out. Stremlo gets the offensive rebound. Give the Hawkeyes another opportunity. Olsen on the move down the left side, and the defense just left the basket, and she lays it up and in with the left hand.
But the importance of offensive rebounding. You know, that basket comes because of Taylor Stremlo's extra effort on the offensive glass.
And it has been that way several times for the Hawkeyes. Stremlo always active around that basketball. Hawks cut the lead to 8. Indiana. Garzone gives it off on the baseline. Strickland jumper from 15 is good from the right side. That's her first basket. She had 13 and 4 boards against Northwestern last time out. Mulaney again for three, right side, no. Long rebound into the hands of Parrish. Hands it off to Bargesser in the front court. Now Garzone, three, top of the key is good. Quick release.
Yeah, just height advantage for a lot of these Indiana players. The last two field goals came not because they weren't contested, but just they're contested by a player shorter than them.
Garzone looking to score more this year. Olsen from the elbow, no good. Mulaney gets the rebound and has her shot attempt blocked. Garzone with 11. Parrish wide open, scores underneath on an easy layup. Hawkeyes didn't get back in transition. That was certainly a key today. And Jan Jensen calls timeout with Iowa down 34-19. 3:46 left to go in the second quarter. Good timeout to not let Indiana have any more momentum.
Yeah, second called timeout that Coach Jensen's made in this quarter alone, but transition defense there. Stolke was the last line of defense. She felt she didn't realize she had nobody behind her, and great running the floor by Indiana in transition, something that's a strength of theirs. But, you know, I hate to oversimplify, but basketball is a pretty simple game at the end of the day, and the field goal shooting percentage for Iowa has just not been what is going to keep them in close competitive games. So there's a lot of game left. That certainly can change, but so far, 19 points and nearly heading into halftime, it's just not enough, especially against a team as talented as Indiana.
Hawks basketball out of the timeout. And credit Indiana defensively, too. Iowa's not had very many really good, clean looks. Couple behind the arc as Olsen Free throw line extended right. Gives it to McCabe. Quick trigger three. Right to the top of the key and drills it. The second three for Taylor McCabe.
Quick feet, quick catch, quick release. Great execution by McCabe.
Keep shooting.
Absolutely.
34-22. Indiana with the lead in the basketball. Meister at the top of the key. Feeds Parrish left wing. Dribble drive penetration into the paint. Kicks it right side. Bargesser for three in the corner. No good. Ball batted around into the hands of McCabe. Stremlow did the job again. Now McCabe will fire another three off the left side of the iron and into the hands of Bargesser of Indiana. 34-22. We're under three. Second quarter, Indiana will slow the pace as Bargesser brings it across the timeline. Garzone on the right side. Swings the ball left side. Bargesser. And a foul is called on the other side of the court. That's going to be an illegal screen. And this will go against Indiana. Sydney Parrish picks up her second. Guyton back for the Hawkeyes. Brings it across the timeline. Iowa down 12 with the basketball. Guyton gets a screen. Dribbles between her legs on the right side. Now in between the circles, McCabe trying to free herself up. Gets it into Hayden. Her shot blocked down on the right block. And the ball dug up by Indiana. Pushes the ball along the sideline to Chesky. Hawks have done a good job on her. And an extra step taken by Garzone in between the circles as she was in a hurry to try to get something toward the basket down the right side. And that's a turnover by Indiana. Hawkeye basketball. O'Grady back for Ava Hayden, who will sit down with 4. 34-22 Indiana. Hawks with the basketball. Guyton on the point. Across the timeline. Gives it to a Folter. Now Stremlow. Free throw line extended right. Dribbles to the top of the key. And between her legs. Now a Folter. Feeds inside. O'Grady goes to the left hand and pushes it up toward the rim and scores.
See, Addie was calling for the basketball. She wanted it. She knew where she was going to go with it. You like to see that sort of confidence out of O'Grady.
Good quick move by Addie O'Grady with 6. Hawks pull to within 10. 1:45 left to go, second quarter. Garzone in between the circles. Fakes a three and then lost control of the basketball. Got it back with 7 to shoot, and an open three, no good by Chesky from the right wing, but Indiana gets the long rebound. Here's Moore McNeil on the left side. Denies the screen, now takes it, gets into the paint, hesitates, drives down the left side, layup good off the glass.
Pretty good defense there by Iowa, but Chloe Moore McNeil so patient, knows what shot she likes and what she doesn't like, passes up, good for great.
Has that nice hesitation move, and she's left-handed and got that angle at the bucket. Has 11. Under a minute left to go, second quarter. Hawkeyes down 12. O'Grady post, now comes out to set a screen on the right side. Makes a free move to the basket for a Falter. Couldn't get the left-handed layup to go, but a pushing foul will be called on Meister.
A good strong take from Sid Falter. A nice ball screen action with Addie to create that open lane to the rim, but Sid took a lot of contact there, a little slow to get up, just physical play.
Indiana 5 of their last 7 from the floor, 2 free throws for Sydney Falter, who was just 1 for 4 from the line against Illinois, drops the first one. She did have 8 rebounds in Champaign on Thursday night. Try to pull the Hawkeyes to within 10, and she does. Sydney with 4, 53 seconds left to go, second quarter. Indiana, 10-point lead in the basketball. Chesky gives it off to Garzone, 30 feet from the basket. Now Chesky, free throw line extended left. McCabe comes out on her. Now she drives toward the baseline, and a push is going to be called. Trying to set a screen. That's Lily Meister, her second. And she'll sit down, and Caroline Striplin back in, the 6'3" senior transfer from Tennessee.
Indiana does set good screens, but they do move a lot on them, and that's something sometimes you cue in the official before the game. Hey, we'd really like you to watch for these moving screens, and I think the officials have done a nice job of calling it so far today.
Hawks will try to get this to single digits. 15 on the shot clock, 22 on the game clock. So Indiana will get the basketball back. Guyton hands it off to Stremlo, just right at the top of the key. Outside the arc, gets a pass inside to O'Grady, goes to the left hand and finishes right at the rim. Here's a Stremlo steal on the inbounds pass and goes up and is fouled. Didn't get the shot to go, but 2 free throws for Taylor Stremlo.
Yeah, well, let's start with the O'Grady bucket. Another set run for O'Grady to seal late in the shot clock. She's so confident going over that right shoulder to finish with her left hand. And with Addie specifically, it's amazing what a little confidence can do. She saw her first field goal of the day go down with that 16-foot jumper, and ever since then, she's wanted the ball in her hands. And then Taylor Stremlo, no surprise, mixing things up, jumping the passing lane on the inbound pass, and drawing the foul on the strong layup attempt.
Stremlo knocks down the first free throw. Addie's made 2 jump shots outside of the paint. 6.4 left to go. Stremlo perfect on the second one. 36-30. Hawks pull to within 6. Across the timeline, Chesky gets all the way in the paint. Shot up off the window, too strong. A Fulter the rebound, and a terrific close to the quarter for the Hawkeyes.
Great momentum going into the half after it got a little dicey there for a few minutes, Rob. As much as a 15-point lead for the Hoosiers, that after that second called Coach Jensen timeout, Iowa really gathered themselves, started to look to get the basketball inside to Addie O'Grady, go to what's working. And then Taylor Stremlo, can't say enough about her effort and what that's led to for second chances, getting to the free throw line, and frustration plays against the Hoosiers.
Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval. Minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. That's Farmers State Bank. Credit Coach Jan Jensen for 2 timeouts in that second quarter to stop any momentum Indiana had. Hawks pull to within 6 after 2 quarters of basketball. The Hoosiers 36, the Hawkeyes 30. Halftime show next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Fran McCaffrey. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The Collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Iowa Hawkeyes all season long. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Hawkeye Halftime Show, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. Empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Now, back to courtside.
Hawkeyes down by 15 at the 3:46 mark of the second quarter and do a terrific job on a 6-0 run the last 57 seconds to pull to within 6 here at the half. Time for the Hawkeye Halftime Show, and it's time for our First Half Stats Report, brought to you by Hy-Vee, your one-stop shop for making your life easier, healthier, and happier.
Well, start with the Iowa side of the box score. Shooting 35.5% from the field on 11 of 31 shooting, 25% from 3 on 2 of 8 shooting, but a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line. Definitely a breath of fresh air after a bit of a struggle from the free throw line the other night in Champaign. Leading the way for the Hawks is Addie O'Grady with 8 points on a perfect 4 of 4 shooting from the field. Has not gotten to the free throw line yet, but has 1 rebound to go along with her 8 points. Taylor McCabe, second leading scorer with 6 points, all of that off of 3-point field goals, has 2 rebounds and an assist to go along with it. And I want to talk about Taylor Stremlow. Although the points aren't where she fills up the stat sheet, it's everywhere else. In only 13 minutes, she's got 6 rebounds, 4 of those offensive. A couple that don't get in the stat sheet are tie-ups that she had when she's hustling the offensive glass, 2 assists and 2 steals, again in only 13 minutes of play. So Stremlow really mixing things up and bringing great energy off the bench for Iowa. Iowa with 12 bench points to Indiana's 4. Leading the way in scoring for Indiana, Yarden Garzone and Chloe Moore McNeil with 11 points apiece. Garzone, 4 of 5 shooting. It's perfect 3 for 3 from 3. Definitely a key there to close out tight on her, not provide too much help off of her when other people are driving. And then Nora McNeil on 5 of 7 from the field, having a really efficient day, getting herself to the rim with her patience. Overall, Indiana shooting 50% from the field on 14 of 28 shooting, and 29% from 3 of 4 for 14 shooting, 100% from the free throw line, but has only gotten there for 4 free throw attempts. And jumping down to a couple of stat comparisons, Indiana and Iowa both turning the ball over a little bit more than they would like. Indiana with 10 turnovers, Iowa with 9. Each team capitalizing on the other team's turnovers, with Iowa scoring 10 points off of Indiana's turnovers, Indiana scoring 6 points off of Iowa's, and then a very even battle in the paint. Indiana with 16 paint points and Iowa with 14.
The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is responsible for bringing state tournaments and amateur sports to our community, boosting our economy and quality of life. Proud sponsor of UI Women's Athletics. Learn more at weGotNext.org. Hawkeyes trail by 6, Indiana 36, the Hawkeyes 30 at the half. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hey Hawkeye fans, Peyton Sanford here with Iowa Men's Basketball. Your support in the stands is critical to our success on game day, but now you have another way to make a real impact. Join the Swarm today and partner with my teammates and me to service charities throughout Iowa. Together, we're making our state stronger and helping Iowa athletics become the place where we experience the thrill of winning championships. Head to iowaswarm.com for more information. Let's make a difference, Hawkeye Nation.
Hey folks, there's nothing better than burgers, beer, and sunshine. At Burger Shed, we've got all that and more. Try the pork banh mi sandwich with kimchi and teriyaki sauce, or triple your fun with the BS Mac, stacked with 3 buns with our signature BS sauce and homemade pickles. Wash it all down with a cold local brew, and don't forget to soak up the sunshine on one of our 2 patios with lakefront views. The only BS you need is the Burger Shed. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Check out Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. They are like new and only available at your local Honda dealer. Checked, inspected, and reconditioned with genuine Honda parts by factory-trained technicians. Honda certified it and backed it with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Certified pre-owned Hondas are in stock now at your local Honda dealer. Drive worry-free with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Honda certified it. Only when you buy at your local Honda dealer.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawks continue to do a nice job on the boards, out rebounding Indiana 19-15 and 7 O boards already, as Catherine talked about. 4 offensive rebounds by Taylor Stremlow, 6 rebounds in total. U.S. Bank is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. We're in it with you for the good stuff and all the hard work it takes to get there, because together there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. One NFL game, wild card game underway, and in the fourth quarter, all Buffalo Bills right now as they lead the Denver Broncos 31-7. The Packers and the Eagles a little bit later on, and tonight it is the Commanders and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Women's basketball, Big Ten Conference play. It is Michigan State with a 9-point advantage over Washington in East Lansing, 70-61. 4 minutes left to go in the fourth. Late in the fourth quarter, Nebraska holding on to a 5-point lead at Rutgers, 66-61. And later on tonight, USC hosting Penn State. Evidently that game is still going to be played as Northwestern and UCLA is postponed. Northwestern opted not to make the trip out to LA because of the wildfires this week. And Ohio State has defeated Oregon 69-60. Right here, it is Iowa trailing by 6, Indiana 36, the Hawks 30. This is the Hawkeye Halftime Show, and this is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. Melrose Meadows, voted Iowa City's best retirement community. Tired of cooking, cleaning, or just being alone? Check out Melrose Meadows, voted Iowa City's best retirement community with underground parking, heated pool, and endless opportunities to stay fit and social. Visit melrosemeadows.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024 U.S. Bank.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, MidAmerican Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Both teams back out on the court warming up. The Hawks basket to our left and Indiana hoop to our right. 7 players have scored for the Hawkeyes to show you the balance. Addie O'Grady leading the way with 8. Ava Hayden, Lucy Olson, and Sydney Fulter have 3. Hawkeyes have done a good job on Shea Chesky. Only has 2 points coming off of 20 against the Wildcats, averaging 12.4. But Garzone and Moore McNeil with 11 apiece. Third quarter coming up on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks so much for joining us. Our flagship stations, WHO in Des Moines, WMT in Cedar Rapids. Our audience on Sirius XM Channel 84, and also the Iowa Hawkeye YouTube page and the Varsity app. Iowa down 6, but did trail by 15 late in the second quarter, 36-30 Indiana. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, a AAA 4-diamond luxury property located just a few minutes from the Eastern Iowa Airport in downtown Cedar Rapids. Whether you're visiting for business or pleasure, the hotel is happy to welcome you. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Hawk fans, join the Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minnesota this February 6th and 7th when the Hawkeyes take on the Minnesota Gophers. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to present the official away game package that includes game tickets, motor coach transportation to and from Minneapolis with overnight accommodations at the Graduate Hotel within walking distance of the arena. Show your support for our incredible Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minneapolis in this fun-filled Hawkeye travel package. Email Alex at duagency.com or call 319-393-1359.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hawkeye basketball to start the third quarter. Olsen in between the circles. Moore McNeil comes out on her. Now to McCabe. Fires a 3 in and out. Back in. What a start for Taylor McCabe in the third quarter. Getting the start.
Nothing better for a coaching staff than to know you ran a play intentionally to start a half and it works exactly how you wanted it to. McCabe getting them going early.
A lot of iron, but finally dropped through. We're used to her splitting the net and a little give and go, and it works nicely for Lily Meister as she gets an easy right-handed layup. 38-33. Hawkeyes trail Indiana, but have the basketball. Here's a Fulter, free throw line extended left. Now top of the key, Anna Stalky. So McCabe gets the start here in the second half in place of Kylie Feuerbach. Now the handoff to Olsen, 4 on the shot clock, hesitates, pull-up jumper is short. Offensive rebound, O'Grady back to Stalky. Can't get the layup to go, but will shoot a pair. And as she heads to the line, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. Caroline Striplin into the game for Indiana in place of Meister. Free throw short for Hannah Stolke with 2 points, coming off her 7th career double-double. 18 and 13 at Illinois. Second one in the air, got it. Hawks down 4. Argesser with that Chesky. Out of Moore McNeil, left to the top of the key. Fakes right, puts it on the floor. Crossover move, jumper from 17, no good. Quick trigger on that mid-range jumper. The Hawks get the rebound, bring it into the front court. Lob pass into O'Grady. Bounce pass to Olsen. Left-handed layup, good.
Great execution again, knowing the double team's coming onto Addie O'Grady. Something Iowa works on all the time is that backdoor cut so that the person that is doubled off of is wide open for a layup on the weak side block.
Let's see if that gets Lucy going. Hawks pull to within 2. Indiana with the basketball, working it around the outer arc, now high post area. Now Parrish fires a three-pointer and swishes this from the left side.
Now Sydney Parrish, who's a great shooter, shooting below her numbers on her career so far this season, but very, very capable to get hot from 3.
Hawks in the front court. Here's Stolke, free throw line extended left. Fires a cross-court pass to a Fulter for 3. Rimming no. And a foul on the rebound on the box out by Sydney Parrish. And that's 3 on her.
That's a big third foul if it can come early here in the second half against Sydney Parrish, especially knowing she just got herself going a little bit from 3. So, but credit Hannah Stolke for drawing that foul. She's pursuing the offensive glass really hard, and good things tend to happen when you do so.
And remember, Lily Meister, the starting center for Indiana, also has 3 fouls. So Hannah Sandvik, 6-foot junior, into the game for Parrish. And the ball batted out of bounds on the inbounds pass by Chesky.
You know, obviously it's good to get starters out of the game, but these bench players are very talented in their own right. You know, Sandvik plays for the Finnish national team, you know, has that type of international experience, so very, very capable off the bench.
41-36, lob pass inside. O'Grady goes to the left hand, couldn't get it to go. Terrific pass off the inbounds play. As Sandvik drops it inside to Striplin, who goes up and is fouled by O'Grady as she got down on the right block. That'll be the first on O'Grady, and free throws for Striplin. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. First free throw good. Striplin has 3. Second one, got it. She had 13 and 4 rebounds against the Wildcats in that 4-point win in Evanston, 43-36. Indiana extends that lead as Olsen comes off a screen at the high post. And now Moore McNeil picks up her second. Hawks get it in. Olsen uses a high post screen. O'Grady comes out to set it. And now tries to post in the paint, does so, and goes up with the left hand. Couldn't finish, but is fouled. Looked like kind of went off the palm of her hand, but a foul was called, so O'Grady will shoot a pair.
Another called play there from Coach Jensen. The first option was for Taylor McCabe after a down screen from O'Grady. You do that because you know they're not going to wait and hang around in the paint. They're going to tag McCabe out to the three-point lane. So what that does is leave the lane open for O'Grady as her defense helps a little bit on Taylor. Addie, a nice aggressive take towards the lane, but unfortunately misses the first free throw.
A little bit strong. Addie will get a second. Had 8 points in the first half. Second one, good. 43-37. Just about 3 minutes into quarter number 3 here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Moore McNeil down the left side of the lane. Tried to get a pass, and it's swiped away by Stremlo. Into the hands of Olsen across the timeline. Drops it off for Taylor Stremlow. Now back to Olsen on the right side. Gets a screen into the paint. Lost control of the basketball. Gets it back to O'Grady, who has it swatted away. But there's Stremlow to pick it up and lay it in.
Couldn't love this kid's game anymore, Rob. Stremlow gets the steal on one end, comes down, basically gets another one on the offensive glass pursuit, plays it up for 2 points. You gotta love watching Taylor Stremlow play basketball.
And her facial expression never changes. She's always around that hoop. And we've got a hold on Olsen against Moore McNeil. That'll be Lucy's second. 43-39, Indiana will have the ball along the sideline with 6:28 left to go in the third. Sandvik gets it into Moore McNeil. Top of the key. Now reverses, and she'll fire a three. Back iron, no. And there's Stremlow coming down with the loose ball. Pushes the ball ahead to McCabe on the right side. Now Stremlow gets it into O'Grady. Turns and faces the hoop, and she is tied up by Striplin.
Well, it's the type of play in the post there that Iowa fans have gotten so accustomed to seeing post players make a quick counter move. So what I mean by that is Addie catches, she turns over her right shoulder, the defense is there. What we saw Monica Sinano, Megan Gustafson, posts like that do so quickly and effectively was counter. They do a step through move, or they're able to go to their right side after the left is taken really quickly. It's something that Addie is still working on adding to her game.
So the possession arrow favors Indiana, so it'll be Hoosiers basketball with 6:09 left to go in the third. 43-39 Hoosiers. Hawks have not led the entire game. Guyton into the game, and she checks Moore McNeil. As Garzone has the ball in between the circles, gives it off to Striplin. Angles left side. Now Chesky. McCabe on her with 7 to shoot. And McKesky tries to make a move and dribbled it off the leg. I think that was Taylor McCabe out there. So it goes out of bounds. Indiana basketball with 5 on the shot clock. Moore McNeil looks to get it in. Pushes a pass to Chesky. In between the circles. Angles right side. Long jumper blocked by Hayden. Into the hands of McCabe. She's at the free throw line. The paint floater strong. Hayden goes after the rebound. Knocked out of bounds by Indiana's Sandvik. Iowa basketball underneath.
Well, great awareness and great athleticism by Ava Hayden on the other end of the floor. And, late shot clock able to get a hand on that and deflect the shot to give Iowa the possession.
Hawks down 4. Guyton gets it into Stremlow. Out behind the arc on the right side. Puts it on the floor once. Tried to get a pass into Hayden. And the ball batted away by Striplin. And the Hawks will do it again. Guyton along the baseline. Gets it into Hayden. Now back to Guyton. She drives paint. Left-handed shot is up and no good. Nice box out by Indiana. And a whistle in the backcourt, and that'll be a foul on Stremlow on a reach.
Yeah, well, for as many times as that works out for Stremlow, you'll give her one of those every once in a while.
Sydney Parrish returns for the Hoosiers with 3 fouls. Sandvik will sit down. Indiana leads by 4.
Take a quick moment here with the ball in the backcourt to say hello to Delane Tyler, Indiana student and daughter of a couple of great fundraisers for the university. Listen in as she drives back to Indiana, freshman in dance, the dance program at the Indiana University.
Who's she rooting for today is the question.
Black and
right
gold.
at the top of the key.
That's not a question. She's black and gold.
That's what I wanted to hear.
When it comes to women's hoops, I actually coached her in basketball when she was about 8 years old.
3-pointer by Garzone. And then Aaliyah Guyton tried to answer with a 3 of her own and missed that off the iron. Indiana gets the rebound, brings it into the front court. Parrish, open 3, knocks it down from the right side.
And that's why Parrish is back in the basketball game, her ability to shoot the 3, and just like that, back to a 10-point lead for the Hoosiers.
Hawkeyes trailed by 15 in the second quarter. Now a Falter puts it on the floor, goes in for a hard 2. She drove along the baseline and is knocked away by Indiana and picked up by the Hoosiers. They get it into the front court. Maura McNeil for three. No good. Left side. A little bit strong. Into the hands of Folter. Gets the ball to Stremlo. Takes a couple of dribbles and hands it off to Aaliyah Guyton out at the beak of the Tiger Hawk. Now Stremlo, free throw line extended right. Looks inside and now dribbles it out and has it taken away by Maura McNeil. McNeil pushes a left-handed pass to Parrish. Left-handed layup, no good. And a foul on the rebound will be called on Shea Chesky. So the Hawkeyes did a good job to box out in transition. And we'll have the basketball after the break. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel. For your drive to the game, drive clean with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa corn farmers. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with Unleaded 88. 3:45 left to go in the third. Indiana 49, Iowa 39. Hoosiers by 10. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life's busy, and Quick Start gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quick Start is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quick Start, where your day gets easier and better.
Lacier Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacier Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacier Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacier.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our Cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hoosiers have outscored the Hawkeyes in the third 13-9, and Indiana has that 10-point advantage. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated and voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year, proudly supports Hawkeye women's basketball. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets. McCabe, Olsen, Stremlo, Stalky, and Hayden, the 5 for the Hawkeyes.
I think this timeout came at a very opportune time for Iowa to kind of regroup, catch their breath, and come out of the timeout with the basketball.
And now Guyton will come in. She is going to shoot free throws, and then Olsen will sub for her. Guyton looking for her first point today and drills it. Got her first start, of course, at Indiana, or at Illinois on Thursday. Seeing action here against the Hoosiers, and calmly knocks down the second. And here comes Lucy, so a good job. As the Hawkeyes are 10 out of 12 from the free throw line, much better than we saw Thursday night.
Well, you know, it could have been too much worse. So I'm happy to see that they're
shooting a high clip from the free throw line.
You're
today.
right about that. Here's a 15-foot jumper straight away, and it's knocked down by Chesky. Got to be careful there. She can really get going, averaging 12.4. Transfer from Penn State, and it's 51-41. Hawkeyes down 10 with the basketball. 3:15 left to go in the third. Here's Stalky on the left wing. Tries to knife a pass inside to Stremlo. Taylor catches it just outside the paint. Now is doubled, gets it back to Stalky with 5 to shoot. Here's Stremlo. Pass inside, Hayden, left-handed layup, just curls in off the front of the iron.
And a perfect pass from Taylor Stremlo. She put it where the defense couldn't get it. The only person who could was Ava Hayden. Great hands, great finish.
Good minutes by Ava Hayden. She has 6 points. Striplin, lob pass inside Parrish, racing toward the basket, lays it up and in with the left hand. Parrish reaches double figures with 10. 53-43. Hawks cut it to 8, and then now back to 10, and a hold will be called.
The foul is on number 1, Alexis Vargasser. That is her third.
Vargasser, her third. She's called for holding. Fierbach for Stremlo. Ava Hayden right back at the free throw line.
Now, this is where making free throws becomes really, really important. Another game that's in the bonus with 2.5 to go here in the third quarter. So if that's the way you're getting scores, you're getting to the free throw line, you have to be effective from the free throw line.
Hayden 2 out of 2 so far today, and rattles this one in. Hayden eyes the hoop, one dribble, and gets it to go.
Good minutes from Hayden here today.
Just one away from her career high. More importantly, pulls the Hawkeyes to within 53-45 with 2:18 left to go in the third. Still plenty of time. Garzone racing toward the baseline is cut off by Kylie Fierbach. Gets it out to Parrish. She stops and pops for a 15-foot jumper straight away, and that's an air ball as it was tipped by Iowa on the jump shot. So it'll be Indiana basketball underneath with 5 to shoot. 53-45, Indiana. Moore McNeil back for the Hoosiers.
We've seen Iowa with baseline out of bounds defense with low shot clock a few times before. I think something they've been working on as a team to clean up.
Need to get a stop here. Get it into Chesky. And she makes contact with Kylie Fierbach. And you know what that means. That's a charge.
That's a charge. It's a candy bar for Kylie Fierbach in film tomorrow. But that's credit Kylie. She has not been in much of this third quarter after starting the basketball game. To come in, sacrifice your body, and keep your head high for your teammates. It's such a good teammate out of Kylie.
As she has done all season long. 53-45, Hawks down, but with the ball. Here's Olsen racing toward the hoop. Shot is up from the left block. A scoop shot with the left hand. Didn't get it to go. Contacted a foul. And that'll go against Strickland. Strickland picks up the foul. And Iowa with some aggressive takes in the third quarter. And that gets Olsen at the free throw line. First one is up and good. Rolls it in. Hawks continue to sparkle at the free throw line. 13 of 15.
Continue to sparkle. I like it, Rob.
And there's another one.
Sparkling. I love it. Yeah, Lucy get a little rally going from that sparkly free throw line.
53-47. Crowd into it. Moore McNeil. Nice job racing down the right side of the lane. There's Ava Hayden with a big-time block as the ball goes out of bounds.
Oh, and even better when you get a block is when you add insult to injury to the opposing team. Not only do you block their shot, you sit them down, but then you retain possession of the basketball rather than giving it right back to them. And Ava Hayden was pumped about that, as was the Iowa bench.
Love those blocked shots, and she timed it perfectly. Showed some strength, and the good news is it went off of Moore McNeil. The Hawkeyes have the ball. And Olsen drives down the left side, just outside the lane. As Addie O'Grady commits a foul at the top of the key. That's her second. Didn't really seem to have anything to do with the play.
I think it was actually whistled against Stolke for kind of a moving screen type of play where she just flipped the Indiana defender, and Moore McNeil certainly thought so. She got a little feisty after the call, but too bad to have the momentum really go in your way and then have that call come.
Okay, so 45 instead of 44. Same result, Indiana basketball. 53-47. 1:17 left to go. Moore McNeil, three-pointers straight away, drills it. She has really improved her outside shooting. Here's Olsen. Lobs a pass inside to O'Grady. It's wild, but into the hands of Stolke. Now Lucy Olsen for three. Top of the key, no good. And O'Grady hustles after the rebound and then finds an open path to the hoop. Layup good off the glass.
Need a big stop here on defense. Get a stop and then get the ball back for the last possession of the quarter.
56-49. Here's Garzone out near the timeline. Kylie Feuerbach out on her. Contact. Feuerbach goes down. Garzone pushes the ball in the corner. Parrish for three. Got it. Deep in the corner. Sydney Parrish now with 13. She had 2 at the half.
Now you can tell this Indiana team really wants this win here today. Reactions to the fans, that type of thing from the Indiana bench and the Indiana players on the court.
Indiana by 10. Hawks will hold for the final shot of the third quarter with 10 on it. Olsen out near the timeline. Moore McNeil on her. McCabe comes off a screen. Bounce pass to Feuerbach, and she, along the baseline, throws it away. Just lost her balance. Tried to get a hard pass to the left side to Hannah Stolke. Really no chance of that being completed, and Indiana will have it with just 1.9 left to go. Indiana gets it in. There's the buzzer to end the third quarter. Hawk fans, don't forget, throughout the season you can join head coach Jan Jensen and me for Hawk Talk presented by Oaknall. We are live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. Hawk Talk with Coach Jensen takes place weekly from 6 until 7. And we will be there tomorrow night from 6 until 7. And that will be followed by the Fran McCaffrey Show. So come on out and join us tomorrow night at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency. Hawk Talk with Coach Jensen. We'll head to the fourth. The Hawks with some work to be done. Indiana 59, Iowa 49. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Honda drivers, if you want to keep your Honda a Honda, only service your Honda with the experts at your local Honda dealer. They use genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to service all Hondas, keeping your Honda a Honda. Don't trust your investment to anyone else. Only service with genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to make sure your Honda stays 100% Honda. When you need service for your Honda, search your local Honda dealer.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks have won 5 of the last 7 in the series and lead the all-time series 56-23, but they'll have to close this one strong to try to get the 57th victory in the series against the Hoosiers. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now. Olsen, McCabe, Feuerbach, O'Grady, and Stalkey, the 5. It'll be Iowa basketball. Olsen weaves to the right side, keeps that left-handed dribble going, 59-49. Hawks trail, have not had a lead at all this afternoon. Now Stalkey on the right wing, gets it into the paint, drops it off for O'Grady, goes up along the baseline, and she's bumped and fouled by Striplin.
I think Stolke may have had a look at the rim herself. She was looking to be unselfish and make the extra pass to O'Grady. So it draws the foul, which is definitely good. Sends Striplin to the bench and Meister back into the game. But really, Rob, the difference in that third quarter was you saw Sydney Parrish come to life. She had 11 of her 15 total points there in that third quarter, which is nearly half of Indiana's points in the third quarter. Came hot from 3. They shot 5 of 7 from 3. That's for 71% in the third quarter. So definitely a key for this Iowa defense is contesting threes in this fourth quarter.
First free throw by O'Grady is no good. Addie's second is no good as well. Boy, hit about every angle of the rim and popped out the right side. And then the Hawkeyes going after the rebound, touched it last. Indiana basketball. Indiana up 10 with the basketball here to start the fourth quarter. Their first possession, Meister comes out near the top of the key, hands to Moore McNeil, swings to the right side. Now in the corner is Parrish. She puts the ball on the court, tried to bounce pass into Meister, and the ball's batted away, and then the two teams go after it. Tie-up situation, possession arrow to Indiana. Moore McNeil will throw it in along the baseline, only 6 to shoot. Hawks need a stop. Get it into Garzone on the right side. Fadeaway jumper, good. Just right of the paint.
Backbreaker, tough shot from Garzone. Pretty good defense by Iowa. She's just a good player. She's going to make some of those.
16 for her, had 10 at Northwestern. Feuerbach gets it to Stalkey in between the circles, looking inside, and now hands it off to Olsen. Hannah sets a screen for her. Lucy trying to get free at the top of the key. Picks up her dribble, hooks a pass to Hannah Stalkey, goes up, and shot is no good. Contact with Meister. Touch last by Indiana. Hawkeyes will keep possession. Hannah Stalkey only with 3 points.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of tough going for Hannah again today. I think sometimes it's tough for her when they sag off of her as much as Indiana is today. It's been effective because she doesn't want to shoot it, makes it harder for her to drive, and that's sort of been the challenge for Hannah today.
And a hold will be called on Indiana. That'll go against Chesky. Her third as she held McCabe trying to come off a screen and open up for a three-pointer. So Hawkeye basketball along the sideline. Olsen gets it in, drives down the middle of the paint, scoop shot up, no good. Strong off the bracket, Indiana with the rebound. 61-49. Hoosiers with the lead in the basketball. Here's Parrish, hooks a pass to Garzone. Right side, Moore McNeil. Now Meister comes out high in between the circles. Hands it off to Garzone. She's kind of hunting for a shot. Step back three, got it. Left to the top of the key. Tough shot.
Really tough shot. Moving to the side, lateral movement, three-pointer. But she works on those. It's very clear. And she's a player who's played a lot of college basketball. Very comfortable out there.
Hawks down 15. Olsen whips a pass inside to O'Grady. She's doubled. Back out to Feuerbach for three. No good from the left side. Both teams hustle after the rebound. And Fulter and Moore McNeil collided. And McNeil might have got her ankle rolled up on unintentionally by Sydney Fulter. But she's up and moving around as the Hawkeyes go to Guyton and Stremlo.
It kind of feels like make or break time here with just under 8 minutes to go. Lead stretched to 15 for Indiana. So yeah, you see Stremlo and Guyton back in the game to try to mix things up, maybe bring a little defensive and offensive firepower. But
at this point, you'll see Indiana start to kill the clock, use shot clock, lengthen the possession. So Iowa has to turn up the defensive intensity.
And we'll have to do it for the full 30 seconds, down 64-49. Here's Parrish, bounce pass Garzone. Now right side Chesky. Gets it to Meister, 2 dribbles, top of the key, now hands it off to Parrish. Dribble drive down the left side of the lane, shot is up and no good with the left hand. Stremlo the rebound, into the front court, pulls up her dribble, top of the key. Slides a pass to McCabe, back to Stremlo. Now Guyton, out near the Hawkeye logo. Right side of Falter, gets into the paint. Left side Guyton, fakes, pump shot is up and good from 15. Pump fake, 1 dribble, pulled up from 15 outside the paint, knocked it down. Guyton with 4, that's her first field goal. Pulls the Hawkeyes to within 64-51. We're under 7, fourth quarter. Parrish hands it off to Chesky. Meister pulled away from the post, hands it off to Garzone for 3. Count it, and we have a whistle. One official signaled that the 3-pointer was good. And the 3 officials will get together. We're going to get a foul.
There's a timeout on the court.
One of the officials at the scorer's table. And now I think they're going to go to the monitor.
You know, I think the foul was before the shot, but because it was on the screen, I believe, is what they're reviewing, is to see who it was on, and just reviewing that and ensuring that the basket should count, but I think it's going to.
Well, we do have timeout on the court with 6:46 left to go in the fourth quarter. As the officials take a look at the monitor, we'll take a break. Indiana 64, Iowa 51. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
US Cellular introduces US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection, so dinner sounds less like this and more like this. Visit in-store or online to set up US Mode. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Iowa head women's basketball coach Jan Jensen for Hawk Talk, presented by Oak Knoll. Hawk Talk takes place weekly from 6 to 7, live from the Water Mill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. Visit HawkeyeSports.com.
Well, good news on the Garzone 3. It does not count. And the foul was on the screen, so give that to Stremlo. That's her third, so it'll be Indiana basketball. Hoosiers on top, 64-51 with 6:46 left to go. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. So it will be Indiana basketball along the side. Garzone will throw it in, so keep her point total at 18. Hayden back for Iowa. Garzone gets it into Moore McNeil. Indiana on top by 13. 6:37 left to go. Now Sandvik back into the game. Gives it to Meister, 4 to shoot. Now gets it to Garzone along the baseline. She pushes a pass out, and the three-pointer no good from the right side. Missed by Chesky, dug up by the Hawkeyes at the end of the shot clock. McCabe whips a pass inside to Hayden, and the shot goes in, but will not count because there is a foul on Chesky first. And that's 4 on her, team's 3rd foul of the quarter. So ball possession for the Hawkeyes underneath, down 13. And down as much as 16. They get it into a folder at the free throw line. She takes a couple of dribbles in the paint, spins, lost control of the ball as it is stolen away by Chesky. And then a backcourt foul going after the basketball will be called on Sydney Falter.
Yeah, frustration foul from Sid there after the turnover in the middle of the lane. So you could just see it coming a mile away as soon as she started to get a little bit aggressive. But luckily not in the bonus yet. No free throws for Indiana coming off that backcourt foul.
Parrish comes in for Sandvik. Parrish with an outstanding afternoon with 15 points. Average .4. 64-51. Indiana with the lead in the basketball. Here's Garzone in between the circles. Hands it off to Meister. And we've got a foul on the left side of the court.
Yeah, Stolke holding the cutter as she cut across the lane. It was really easy for the call to the officials to make. It's right in the middle of the court, and everybody's watching the action right there. She just held her as she cut.
Ball was on the right side, foul on the left side. Stolke with her 3rd, 64-51. Indiana gets it in, 15 to shoot. Here's Parrish on the left side. Finds Chesky, pulls it out. Now gets to the top of the key, hesitates all the way to the rim. Missed the left-handed layup, but Meister gets the rebound along the baseline. Kicks it back out. They swing the ball all the way around to Chesky again on the right side. And now she gets to the top of the key at the elbow. One-handed pass to Moore McNeil on the right side. Now Meister outside of the paint, makes a move in the paint. Shot up, no good, left hand. Stremlow the rebound. Taylor gets it ahead to Guyton on the right wing, and she drives all the way to the rim. Left-handed shot is up and no good. Rebound down to the Hoosiers. Indiana still up 64-51 as we approach the midway point of the 4th quarter. Moore McNeil weaves her way to the right side. Keeps that left-handed dribble going. Now pushes it into the corner. Parrish for 3. Skips off the front of the rim. And Stolke gets the rebound in the paint. Ahead to Guyton. Aaliyah in between the circles. Moore McNeil comes out on her. Now Stremlow on the right wing. Drives toward the baseline. Kicks it back out to Guyton. Free throw line extended right. Drives in. Gets it to Hayden. Back out to Stremlow for 3. Long on that attempt. Missed it left to the top of the key. Rebound taken down by Moore McNeil. Still at 64-51.
A lot of time without scores from either team. Almost 4 minutes for Indiana, almost 3 minutes for Iowa. So it's just been, there's been chances. When you're getting stops, there's always chances. But Iowa's just struggling to put the ball in the basket.
Garzone tried to get a high-low pass inside. It's picked off by the Hawkeyes. Stremlow, one-hand pass to Guyton for 3. Got it from the left wing.
You know, look to see Iowa pick up this defensive intensity. See Guyton picking up McNeil full length of the court, try to make Indiana play a little bit faster.
And a blocking foul on the right wing will be called on Stolke as she tried to cut off Garzone. So that'll be 4 on Hannah Stolke. As we have timeout on the court with 3:52 left to play in the 4th. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. 3:52 left to go in the 4th. Indiana 64, Iowa 54. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Conference play is here, and you could be there in style with the Iowa Lottery. Play the new 9s in a Line scratch ticket for your chance to win cash, or see the Iowa women's basketball team take on UCLA in February. Enter any non-winning scratch ticket in the VIP club today for a chance to win exclusive seats with complimentary food and beverage service, parking, and $500 in spending money. Women's basketball, men's wrestling. It's your choice in the prize zone. Check out ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today.
Woohoo! Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
3:52 left to go in the basketball game. Indiana 64, Iowa 54. It just seems like, Catherine, you just can't get that inside of 8. It seems like it's been 8 to 10 to 12, back to 10, pretty much the third and fourth quarters.
Yeah, it has been, and not for lack of getting stops here in the fourth quarter. You know, both teams have only scored 5 points apiece in the fourth quarter, so like we said, there have been chances, but you look at Iowa's shooting numbers here on the quarter, 2 for 7 from the field for, you know, just shy of 29%. 1 for 3 from 3 and 0 for 2 from the free throw line. So, you know, simply the shooting has to get better. And, you know, I know Iowa's working at it every single day in the gym. Sometimes it just doesn't quite convert the way that you'd like it to. But with 4 minutes to go and only a 10-point lead, that's a lot of time left for things to change here. So with Indiana at the free throw line and only one person down there to help get the rebound, you know, they're expecting their 95% free throw shooter to make both. Even if she does, you're looking at a 12-point differential. You get it and go and create quick offense.
Garzone gets the first one to go. That's 19 for her. Second one, good. Just had 10 points against Northwestern. And now she's been in double figures 14 times this year. 66-54. Hawkeyes in the front court. Here's Guyton. Tried to slip a pass inside to get Ava Hayden from paint to paint. Wasn't a lot of room there, and the ball is kicked out of bounds by Indiana. So Guyton will throw it in along the baseline. Looks inside and then has to lob it out to Stremlo, who will fire a three-pointer. Hey, and bank one in. That's been a popular shot today.
Hey, top of the key, bank shot 3, just like you drew it up. 3 points counts all the same.
Stremlo with 7. Which you gotta like, is not afraid to take it. 66-57. Hawks cut it to single digits. Maura McNeil almost threw it away, but it's dug up by Chesky. Brings it to the top of the key, down the lane, floater, no good off the window, Hayden the rebound. Hands it off to Guyton, brings it into the front court, Aaliyah down the left side, outside the paint, and now waves off McCabe and gets the ball to Stremlo in between the circles. Now McCabe trying to get a ball. Guyton now inside to Hayden, who was posting hard on the block, had a nice seal. And Meister commits her 4th foul from behind with the bump. Olsen back for Guyton, and Lucy will throw it in along the baseline, gets it to Hayden. Now back to Lucy for 3 in the corner, off the back of the iron, no good. And the ball tapped out of bounds off the right hand of Stalky. Both her and Parrish going after the ball, and touched last by the Hawkeyes. 66-57 Indiana with the basketball. Maura McNeil in the backcourt. Brings it across the timeline, hands it off for Chesky. Now Garzone out near the timeline. Meister comes out to the top of the key, and then tried to get a pass to the left side, and it's picked off by the Hawkeyes. Stremlo in transition, takes it herself, layup no. Hayden, rebound, putback is blocked away and out of bounds by Parrish. So ball will stay with Iowa, down 66-57, 2:21 left to go.
It's really time to convert, on these layups. It's unfortunate for the missed layup there after forcing the turnover by Indiana, but when you retain the possession, now they really need to score here, Rob.
Cannot have empty possessions now. Guyton for Olsen, and Aaliyah will trigger it in along the baseline for the Hawkeyes in a box set. Gets it into Hayden on the right side, and Ava takes it herself, goes strong to the rim. Left-handed shot is up a little bit too strong, and the ball comes off the rim, and then Striplin got the rebound, but was tied up by Hayden. Possession arrow favored the Hawkeyes, so Iowa will do it again. Really nice take by Ava Hayden, just a little bit strong with the left hand. Get it into Stremlo. Now to Hayden, 17-foot jump shot straight away, rimming no. And the rebound taken down by Maura McNeil along the baseline, but she's got a toe out of bounds.
Okay, so Iowa will get a fourth chance at it down here. Playing numbers, I like it. I like their odds here to get a score.
Need it, down 66-57, approaching 2 minutes left to go. Hawks are 0 for their last 5 from the field. Stolke, bounce pass to Hayden on the right side, gets it out to Guyton. Free throw line extended right, and a whistle away from the ball. That's going to go against Sydney Parrish. That's 4 on her. So 4 players have 4 fouls for Indiana.
Yeah, and 4 key players at that. So, as time dwindles down, it becomes less and less of a factor, but it certainly does change how you play defense. If you've got 4 fouls, you can't be quite as aggressive when people go to the rim. So let's hope for Hannah to convert here and then be able to capitalize with the foul trouble.
Swishes the first. So with 4, Chesky, Parrish, Meister, 3 starters, and Striplin, the backup post. Second one rolls in. Hawks come out with full court pressure, down 66-59. 2 minutes left to go. And here's a steal. 3 for McCabe. Count it from the top of the key. Taylor McCabe. Now they'll take a look at it to see if she had a foot on the line. So it's either a 2 or a 3, 66-62 on the scoreboard right now with 1:56.
But guess who started that action again?
Stremlo got a hand on the ball and kicked it right to McCabe, who had a open look from the top of the key.
Great heads-up defense on the inbound there. Caught Indiana sleeping a little bit. Stremlo getting a hand on the pass, like you said, and then Taylor McCabe just playing with so much confidence right now. You can tell even just that quick trigger on the 3.
And she's played over 30 minutes of the game.
Yeah, way more minutes than she's used to playing, but Taylor McCabe was a track star in high school. I don't know that everybody knows that about her. She can run and run and run for days. Comes by it naturally. Her mom can do the same thing. One time on a trip, I was running on the treadmill next to McCabe's mom, and I finally just turned it off and left them. I'm getting put to shame in here.
You didn't stay with her, huh?
I was trying, but anyway, McCabe's got a motor, so yes, it's high minutes for her, but it's nothing that she can't handle.
So they continue to look as to whether that was a 3 or a 2. That straightaway look for Taylor McCabe. And it is a 3-pointer. So 1:56 left to go. A 4-point lead for Indiana. The Hawks on an 8-0 run the last 141. Well, we've seen photo finishes before between these two.
Absolutely, and you can hear that 6th man, this Iowa crowd really getting into it now to try to help out the Iowa G.
In the backcourt, Maura McNeil slips a pass to Garzone, who gets it across the timeline. 15 to shoot. Here's Garzone. Maura McNeil out on the logo. Drives down the left side outside of the paint. Pulls up her dribble. Now in the corner, Chesky fakes a 3, 2 seconds on the shot clock, and they get it inside, and the finish by Striplin. In the front court, Hawkeyes down 68-62. Stremlo in between the circles. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. McCabe coming off a screen, back to Stremlo. Slips it off to Guyton for 3. Back iron, no good. Rebound taken down by Striplin. And the Hawks will have to foul now. Here's Chesky across the timeline. And she's doubled. Gets it to Garzone. And now more McNeil. And finally a whistle out near the timeline and a hold on Guyton. That's just her first. 68-62. Indiana, 51.8 left to go.
That last offensive possession for Indiana, they did exactly what they wanted to do, which was...
Couldn't have been more than a second left on the shot clock.
Yeah, it was really, really close to a shot clock violation, which frankly they probably would have been okay with too, having killed that much clock, but it worked out perfectly. Use 29.5 seconds and score at the end of it, and then, you know, once Iowa comes back down here on defense, Coach Jensen just pleading with her team, but you look out there, it's a very young core out there, and they don't necessarily know in these situations exactly when she wants to foul, when she doesn't, so it's a learning experience on the fly in real time.
Timeout Iowa after the made 2 free throws by Chloe Moore McNeil. That puts her total up to 16. And the Hawkeyes call a 30-second timeout to advance the basketball. Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval. Minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. Big comeback attempt here by the Hawkeyes. And they'll have to score about every possession and not use up much clock here with 51.8 left to go. Indiana by 8, 70-62. Hawks' goal was to keep the Hoosiers under 72 points. They get it in. Here's McCabe for 3, and the three-pointer off the window, rolls around the iron, drops off the left side, but is fouled in the act of shooting. And it'll be 3 free throws for Taylor McCabe. So that's points without the clock moving at all.
Yeah,
potentially.
Sure is. And you're looking at Taylor, who, you know, she hasn't shot a ton of free throws on the season, only taken 7, is 5 for 7. But
made the first.
Anyone who's stone cold in a situation like this, going to the free throw line, I think Taylor McCabe might be the one you'd pick to go out there.
Second one, also good. So McCabe will be going after her 15th point to try to pull the Hawkeyes to within 5. McCabe eyes the hoop, perfect. Timeout Hoosiers.
Yeah, it worked out about as good as you could hope.
That's
Didn't
right.
hit the 3, but got 3 points nonetheless.
And didn't use hardly any clock at 49.3.
Yeah, barely a second and a half came off the clock. And now Indiana, just with the called timeout to advance the basketball, they had all 4 of their timeouts left prior to that one, but they'll certainly be utilizing their timeouts now every time they can in order to advance the basketball and avoid the backcourt pressure that Iowa has been applying.
University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season. Empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. So Indiana basketball at the timeline. 49.3 left to go. Indiana 70, Iowa 65. Garzone will throw it in along the side right in front of the Hoosier bench. Chesky back in. Garzone looks, drops it off for Moore McNeil, and she races toward the baseline on the right side, and a quick foul by the Hawkeyes.
Going to the line.
McCabe picks up her first, and Moore McNeil at the free throw line. 5-point basketball game. Indiana with the advantage. Moore McNeil with 16 at the line. Left-hander puts the first one up and good.
Moore McNeil, a 75% free throw shooter on the season. Obviously really good, but you have two players out there in Garzone and Chesky who are 95% on the season, so you want to avoid fouling them at all costs.
Second one also good. Moore McNeil with 18 did not do anything offensively the last time out against Northwestern. She was 0 for 5 from the floor, only had 3 points, did have 4 assists, but was 3 out of 4 from the free throw line. And she has been the second leading scorer today for Indiana. Garzone with 20, Moore McNeil with 18, and Sydney Parrish with 15. Hawkeyes take a full timeout. I want to thank our game sponsor today. That is the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. As the collaborative delivers the funds the University of Iowa needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Thank you to the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative for their season-long presenting sponsorship of Hawkeye women's basketball. 72-65 Indiana. Iowa has not led the entire basketball game.
That feels a little crazy coming out of your mouth, doesn't it, Rob? Not used to that.
But this team continues to fight. And when it got to be 15 back in the second quarter, Iowa closed out that quarter strong. Only trailed by 6 at intermission. Stalky will throw it in along the sideline. Lob pass toward Hayden on the right side. Now gets it to McCabe, swings it to Guyton. And she'll pull for 3, and an air ball. Missed it off to the right, had to get it up. Good defense by Indiana. Hoosier basketball underneath. 72-65 with 40 seconds left to go. Garzone looks and has to call timeout. Couldn't get the ball in, and certainly if you're Indiana, the last thing you want is a 5-second violation. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. .5 on the clock. Indiana 72, Iowa 65. It'll be Iowa and Nebraska right here at Carver Hawkeye Arena coming up on Thursday night. Hawkeyes with back-to-back home games before heading west to take on Oregon and Washington on the 19th and the 22nd. Nebraska is a 6 o'clock tip. We'll be on the air with the pregame show at 5:30. So Indiana advances the ball in the front court. Garzone bounce pass to Moore McNeil on the right side. She's immediately doubled. Hawkeyes do a good job playing defense and knock the ball out of bounds. And Indiana will have to trigger it in once again right in front of its own bench. On top, 72-65. Bounce pass to Chesky along the baseline. Back out to Garzone. Didn't want to shoot. Want to work that clock, and then throws it away. Pass intended for Striplin. Picked up by Guyton. Goes all the way to the rim. Layup good as she goes glass. And the Hawks put 2 more on the board to make it 72-67. Still 24.3 left to go. And Garzone couldn't get it in once again. Has to call timeout. That press for the Hawkeyes has been effective.
It has. The press has been effective, and the quarter court defense been really, really strong. You know, when Iowa didn't foul, you're starting to think, oh man, we're giving up too much time, but then leads to the turnover. So give it credit to the Iowa defense, didn't give up on the possession, and great finish down here by Aaliyah. Great body control with the defense running at her.
So now 24.3 left to go, 72-67, Indiana. Hawkeyes don't get that steal. Have to foul right away. You don't want a skip pass or two to burn time on the clock. Indiana, as a team, a 76.6 free throw shooting team.
Yeah, but if you're Iowa, keep doing what you're doing on the defensive end. Hannah Stolke on the ball, trying to make it really difficult for them to make an inbound pass. Indiana stretching the court for their sideline play, keeping players, trying to keep the court spread and give a little momentum to get open.
Yep, 2 players in the backcourt. Garzone fakes a pass, gets it in to Chesky. Hawks need to foul. Now they get it in the corner to Parrish, and Iowa not fouling, and then almost a steal by Stolke, and it is a jump ball, but possession arrow favors the Hoosiers with 16.2 left to go, 72-67.
And now I think you really do have to foul on
right
the
away.
Inbound, Rob, with only 16 seconds left in the game.
Garzone gets it to Moore McNeil. Hawkeyes double her. And now Chesky to Moore McNeil. Lob pass underneath. There's a layup by Strickland wide open as Iowa doubled on the perimeter. And the Hawkeyes will bring the ball into the front court as the final seconds tick off the clock. As Indiana gets a road victory in the Big Ten. We know how tough those are and how hard it is to win inside Carver Hawkeye Arena, but Indiana led the entire way this afternoon. Hawkeyes just couldn't quite get close enough. Similar to what happened against Illinois on Thursday night.
It was, I think what you did see is a lot of fight from this Iowa team, but at the end of the day, when you dig those holes for yourself, that's what we've talked about, is it's really, really hard to play from behind in probably any conference, but especially in the Big Ten. There's so much experience on the court, and this team in particular, there's so much experience on their coaching staff, and they have veteran players that know how to manage a game and how to manage a game with a lead. You look at Chloe Moore McNeil, 5th-year player, Sydney Parrish, 5th-year player, Lily Meister, junior, Shea Chesky, junior, Yarden Garzone has started every single game, 80 games in a row for Indiana. So when you're playing against a team, especially with one with that much experience, giving them a lead and that kind of poker chip to play with, it's really hard to come from behind, even when you're on your home court and have your fans behind you.
74-67, Indiana over the Hawkeyes, and Iowa now has lost 3 in a row and will get set to entertain the Nebraska Cornhuskers on Thursday. Indiana, their 12th victory of the year. They are 12-4 and now 4-1 in Big Ten conference play and have won 8 of their last 9. The Hawkeyes fall to 12-5 and 2-4 in league play. Postgame show from Carver Hawkeye Arena coming up next. Indiana 74, Iowa 67. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. If you are in the market to buy or sell a home, contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty. For all your real estate needs, call 319-631-5455.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his crew at Dodge Street Tire. For over 30 good years, they have taken care of their customers and treated them like neighbors. This season, if your car or truck is struggling to compete, take a shot with Dodge Street Tire. You won't have to jump through hoops to ensure quality and honest service for Hawkeye fans everywhere. Whether it's new tires or engine trouble, Dodge Street Tire will score a win for you and your family. At the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
US Cellular introduces US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner sounds less like this and more like this. Visit in-store or online to set up US Mode. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, with our partner, Iowa, is offering full-time positions in utility operations for our campus and hospital water, heating, steam, and distribution systems. Check out the jobs and apply at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the Hawkeye Postgame Show.
Welcome back courtside. Rob Brooks and Catherine Reynolds as Indiana defeats the Hawkeyes 74-67. But this team continued to fight and claw and do everything they could, especially in the fourth quarter, and got that lead cut to 2 possessions, and just wasn't enough at the end as Indiana led the entire game, 39 minutes and 16 seconds. Led by as many as 15 back in the second quarter. The Hawkeyes did have a 9-0 run in the third quarter early on, and really came out swinging in that aspect of the third quarter. But then Indiana came right back and ended up winning the third quarter 23-19. The Hawkeyes won the fourth quarter 18-15. Time for our post-game stats report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. You can sign up for the totally free Hy-Vee Perks program and enjoy exclusive Perks pricing on hundreds of items in-store and online. Save big today at Hy-Vee.com/perks.
Well, Rob, on a tough loss today for the Hawks, 67 for Iowa, 74 for Indiana. But looking at the Hawkeye side of the stat sheet, 34% shooting from the field on 21 of 62 overall shooting. 6 for 19 from 3 for just under 32%, but a much better day than Thursday from the free throw line, 19 of 23 for 82.6%. Leading scorer today for the Hawks, Taylor McCabe, with 15 points, 4 3-pointers, 4 out of 5 from 3, and then 3 free throws, 3 big ones. You know, felt like maybe that was going to turn the tide here at the end of the game when she got fouled shooting a 3, but not quite enough for the day. Second leading scorer for Iowa was Addie O'Grady with 11 points on 5 for 7 shooting. Had 3 rebounds, 2 of those offensive to go along with it. And then I just kind of want to shout out a couple of players off the bench that had nice performances today. Taylor Stremlow, 7 points, but 9 rebounds, 4 of those offensive, 4 assists, and 5 steals. Quite a line from the freshman Taylor Stremlow today. And then Ava Hayden and Aaliyah Guyton both did some nice things off the bench today. Ava with 8 points on 2 of 7 shooting, but 4 for 4 from the free throw line. Aaliyah Guyton, 9 points on 3 of 9 shooting from the field. Iowa out-rebounded Indiana today, 39-30, but crazy numbers, 16 offensive rebounds for Iowa. The unfortunate thing is that only led to 7 second chance points for Iowa. So that's something that, you know, when you're looking at that film, you're going to try to figure that out. Okay, we got 16 offensive rebounds. That's a crazy number. You never see that. But for it to only lead to 7 second chance points is something for Iowa to figure out how to capitalize on those second opportunities. For Indiana today, shot 49% from the field on 26 of 53 shooting, 42% from 3 on 10 for 24. A big difference maker in the game today was their 3-point shooting, and a perfect 12 for 12 from the free throw line. A great strength of Indiana's, especially in tight basketball games, is their ability to convert at the free throw line. Leading scorer for Indiana today, no surprise, their leading scorer on the year, Yarden Garzone, with 21 points on 7 of 8 shooting, a perfect 5 for 5 from the 3 and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Can't get much better than that. Really impressive numbers. Chloe Moore-McNeil, the second leading scorer, with 18 points on 6 of 12 shooting. And what I'd like to mention about McNeil is just the way she managed the game for Indiana, especially down the stretch. She just has a great sense for the game, the flow, when to push, when to pull back a little bit. And I thought did a really nice job for Indiana managing, especially that fourth quarter where maybe they weren't quite as effective scoring, but she really knew when to distribute and when to look to score for herself. Again, Indiana had 17 turnovers above their numbers, and that led to 24 points for Iowa. I know another number that jumps off the stat sheet at you, but just not quite enough for Iowa to pull out a victory today against the Hoosiers.
39 bench points for the Hawkeyes as well. And you talk about Taylor Stremlow. That is a career high for her in her freshman campaign with 9 rebounds. Previous high was 6 against Washington State back on the 24th of November. And then also the 5 steals, a career best, as she had 3 against the Purdue Boilermakers. And really some bright spots off the bench. Stremlow, who played 26 minutes and 20 seconds. Taylor McCabe played 35 minutes and 31 seconds, had 15 points on 4 of 5 from 3. And that really contributed heavily to the 39 points off the bench. And, of course, 2 of Iowa's goals coming in is to win the glass. And they did that. They out-rebounded Indiana 39-30. Got over 36 rebounds, which was a number they had in mind. And then to hold Indiana under 72 points. Well, 74, so they were right there. So we know that this team defensively, rebounding-wise, has done some really good things, but going back to your point, Catherine, about the shooting, 33.9% in this league, that's going to be tough when the opponent shoots 49% and 10 of 24 from 3.
It is, and like I did say earlier in the game, Rob, is basketball is a simple basketball game. It comes down to possessions and putting the ball in the basket, and Iowa has certainly hung their hat on their defensive and rebounding so far this season, and for good reason. Out-rebounding these teams is not easy, and frankly, it's not something Iowa was doing for the last 10 years. Literally, it was winning a lot of games based on their offense. And so when you think about that from a coaching standpoint, it really shifts your focus in what you're able to do. So for many years, Iowa was able to really rely on their shooting and shot themselves out of a lot of dicey situations. And so now you're relying on your defense and kind of wondering where your offense is and when it's going to show up. So you can be certain that they're working on their shooting in the game. It's not like they don't want to make these shots, but it's a little bit at a time. And you're also seeing a lot of minutes to a lot of players who are new to college basketball. So you just went through all those minutes from bench players, and you got to believe that those shooting percentages will come with experience.
No doubt about that. All plays under review today. We're brought to you by Athletico Physical Therapy. Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? Athletico's movement experts are here to help your setbacks into comebacks. Turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. And the Hawkeyes will have to come back on Thursday night and try to snap that 3-game losing streak against the Nebraska Cornhuskers, the only team in the Big Ten that they will actually play in Carver Hawkeye Arena and on the road. Indiana wins it this afternoon, 74-67. The Hawkeyes fought hard for 4 quarters, but never led, and Indiana gets victory number 12 on the season. Back with more postgame, courtside Carver Hawkeye Arena after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Silver Star Car Wash, where unlimited washes start at just $19.99 per month. Free vacuums, free dry down towels, and convenient locations all over town. Come through as often as you like, starting at just $19.99 a month. That's a bargain that'll clean up your car without cleaning out your wallet. Fast, easy, and unlimited, starting at just $19.99 per month. Silver Star Car Wash is the best way to keep your car looking new all year long. Silver Star Car Wash. A better wash, a great feeling.
Hey Hawk fans, ready to elevate your game day experience? Introducing Daydreamer Cannabis Infused Beverages. Made locally in North Liberty, Iowa, Daydreamer is your all-natural, low-calorie lifestyle beverage made with real fruit. It's light, healthy, and alcohol-free. Just what you need to keep you relaxed when the game heats up. So grab yourself a Daydreamer. Sip local and dream big. As always, enjoy responsibly. Visit us online at enjoydaydreamer.com.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 in Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawkeyes lose a tough one to the Indiana Hoosiers as Indiana wins it 74-67. The score by quarters, Indiana came out on fire, making a couple of three-pointers and shot 46% in the first, but it was much better in the first 5 minutes than the back half, and led after one 18-13. Indiana won the second quarter by 1 point, 18-17. So the Hawkeyes, probably the best basketball they played collectively for a 3 or 4 minute span was at the end of that second quarter. You could probably throw in the closing few minutes of the game as well, but cut that lead to 36-30 at intermission, and then Indiana won the third quarter 23-19. The Hawkeyes came back and won the fourth 18-15, but Indiana wins it 74-67. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard, as U.S. Bank is a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes. We're in it with you for the good stuff and all the hard work it takes to get there, because together there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. In the NFL, one final, the Bills advance with a 31-7 victory over the Denver Broncos at Buffalo. And right now, toward the end of the first quarter, it is the Philadelphia Eagles 7 and the Green Bay Packers nothing. Top 25 women's basketball today. Louisville leads Georgia Tech, 13th in the country, 48-35. That is midway through the third quarter. It is number 18 Alabama 51, Ole Miss 42. That last minute of quarter number 3. Oklahoma has jumped out to a big lead over Texas A&M, 22-5. That with 1:46 left to go in the first. Number 24 California 23, Florida State 11. That also in the first quarter. And Penn State and USC, number 4 in the country, scheduled for later on tonight. Finals, number 14 Duke defeated Virginia 60-55. South Carolina, number 2 in the country, over number 5 Texas. That's a big win for the Gamecocks at 67-50. The South Carolina men's team almost got number 2 Auburn yesterday, but lost a close game in Columbia. Ohio State defeated Oregon 69-60. Number 16 Tennessee 93, Arkansas 63. It was number 3 Notre Dame 67, Clemson 58. North Carolina, number 19 in the country, has a victory over Indiana this year, defeated Boston College by 13, 80-67. Michigan State gets a conference victory over Washington at 82-68. And Kentucky all over Auburn, 80-61. One more final for you. NC State, 21 in the country, 81. Stanford, 67. Randy Henderson joins me on the postgame show. And, boy, the fight was there. Some really good minutes, just kind of like Thursday night. Just couldn't quite ever get close enough to make it a one-possession game or get that lead, but certainly had a very good, experienced Indiana team on the ropes, fought for 40 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that we just have to keep reminding ourselves. We have a brand new team, brand new in every capacity, and we are guarding really hard actions and high-level players pretty well. And I think making it tough, and we're in all of these games, and that is with, again, a really young team and a new head coach. And so there's just a lot of learning and a lot of growth. I thought today our effort through the whole game was much better than how we started against Illinois, and I think that, we hung around. We won the fourth, which is meaning that our players are not giving up, and I love that.
You talk about the rebounding, too, Randy. I know one of the goals is to win that rebounding every single night, plus 16 offensive rebounds, and then you out-rebound a good rebounding team by 9, and then really keep them at their average right around 72, 73 points. And I know that was another goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think defensively we're just continuing to stay in games because we're committed to playing our principles and boxing out. And then I think offensively, it's just a little funky. Like, everybody goes through a funk. You hope it doesn't last too long as a team, and we're just kind of working out some kinks and trying to figure it out. We got some young players that are progressing really nicely and producing for us down the stretch. But 16 offensive rebounds where you're not shooting the ball well and getting to the free throw line 23 times is exactly what you need to do when it's not your night, and it kept us in the game.
Sure did. Made a nice push there at the end of the second quarter to pull to within 6 at the half, and then two-possession game in the last minute in the fourth quarter, and you go back, outscored Indiana by 3 in the fourth. And the pressure defense, I thought, was effective to turn Indiana over to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I loved the way we were disrupting them, and we definitely did disrupt them. We forced them into 17 turnovers, which is incredible to do in the half court with only a couple of pressure full court opportunities. And so I think that we just got to keep riding that out. Like, eventually these baskets will fall. We're not always going to shoot 6 for 19 from the 3. We're not always going to miss some of these layups. And today we did better defensively. We did better on the offensive glass, and we did better getting to the free throw line and making our free throws. And those 3 things, 2 of those things would have won us the game at Illinois. And so I believe in this team. I believe in where we're going. I believe in our ability to coach them through this little bump. But the Big Ten is for real.
Yep. There's no doubt about that. And you look at 19 of 23 from the free throw line, exceptional bouncing back from Thursday night.
Right, which again is a testament to the resilience of these kids, right? They are fighters and they're believers, and that is going to serve them well. And if you can keep them resilient through the adversity of a season, I think we're going to end up on top here. And come March, we're going to have some pretty nice basketball.
39 points off the bench, huge number. 15 from Taylor McCabe, 4 out of 5 from 3, knocked down all 3 free throws. And then how about Taylor Stremolo? 7 points, 9 rebounds, 5 steals, season best, 9 rebounds, 5 steals. Just seems like every time you turn around,
there she is.
There she is, right at the basketball.
Oh, yeah. She's a warrior out there, and she's just such a bright spark. She plays so hard and so full of joy. You can tell she loves the game. But 4 offensive rebounds, like you said. She also had 4 assists, 5 steals. Just a really game changer for us today, which is why you saw her minutes up at 26.
And I thought Addison O'Grady came back and did some good things. How big was it for her to knock down a couple of mid-range jumpers to get her going?
Yeah, and I think she fought really hard. Like, her rebounds didn't show up, but she was in a ton of plays, making and putting pressure on them to box out, or also to just get dead balls on offensive rebounds. So if you watch back the film, she was playing much more aggressive and assertive, and I think it's great. We had Addison played well. I thought Ava played well off the bench as well. And then down the stretch was a little more athletic ability to guard some of that switching action. But overall, I thought our bench, 39 points. Yeah, I mean, we're coming.
And it doesn't get any easier, as you mentioned, this conference. Every single night. Doesn't matter if it's here at Carver or on the road. And you just got to keep fighting through it, because there's another one coming up on Thursday against a very good Nebraska team. And it seems like this team will keep things together and keep pushing forward.
That's the goal. There's one thing I know, and there is no shortcut to experience.
No, there isn't. That's Indiana's got a lot of it. A lot of 5-year players, and those players have that ability to step up in tough situations. And you go back to that shot down underneath. I believe it was Striplin with 1 second left on the shot clock, and she gets it to go just outside the paint.
Just wish it didn't.
Right.
But it did, and that's what experience can do for you.
Yeah, they just timed that out perfectly. But, hey, this team fought for 4 quarters, down 15 in the second quarter at the 3:46 mark. And like you said, close games, not going away, and that's a good sign going forward.
It is a good sign. It's a great sign to know that you have a whole bunch of young women that will not give up.
Yep, no doubt about it. Randy, appreciate your time.
No problem. Go Hawks.
Randy Henderson, assistant coach for the Hawkeyes, as Iowa loses a tough one to the Indiana Hoosiers, only meeting this year. Has 18 conference games, and with the expanded league, you only get to play one team twice. And the first meeting with the Nebraska Cornhuskers will come up on Thursday night. Indiana 74, Iowa 67. Hawkeyes led by Taylor McCabe's 15 points. We'll head to the Iowa locker room and have our plays of the game. Much more coming up on the postgame show from Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Conference play is here, and you could be there in style with the Iowa Lottery. Play the new 9s in a Line scratch ticket for your chance to win cash, or see the Iowa women's basketball team take on UCLA in February. Enter any non-winning scratch ticket in the VIP club today for a chance to win exclusive seats with complimentary food and beverage service, parking, and $500 in spending money. Women's basketball, men's wrestling. It's your choice in the prize zone. Check out ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today.
Woohoo! If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Check out Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. They are like new and only available at your local Honda dealer. Checked, inspected, and reconditioned with genuine Honda parts by factory-trained technicians. Honda certified it and backed it with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Certified pre-owned Hondas are in stock now at your local Honda dealer. Drive worry-free with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Honda certified it. Only when you buy at your local Honda dealer.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks fall to 12-5 overall, 2-4 in the Big Ten as Indiana defeats the Hawkeyes 74-67. Time to head to the Iowa locker room. Our player of the game is Taylor Stremlow. Played 26 minutes and 20 seconds. She was 2 out of 5 from the field. And 1 out of 2 from 3, a bank from the top of the key. Chloe Moore-McNeil had one at the same hoop to our left, and then the answer by Taylor Stremlow. But there was more than just points for her with 7, a career high, season high, 9 rebounds for the freshman, and also contributed 4 assists and a career high 5 steals as well. Her career mark for assists is 5, and that happened opening night against Northern Illinois and also at Penn State back on New Year's Day. And Catherine had a chance to talk with Taylor in the locker room.
All right, Taylor, you did a great job today bringing the energy, something you've done throughout the season. I mean, you look at your line on the stat sheet. Yes, you had 7 points, but what jumps out more is 9 rebounds, 4 of those being offensive, 4 assists, 5 steals, and just bringing the energy. So just kind of talk about your mindset and bringing the energy like that game in and game out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we have a lot of good people on our team, and I just like to go in and do what I can. I think hustle plays and rebounds like that is definitely a controllable. So just making sure I am at the right place at the right time and working to get there. I think that really helps bring the energy up, like if you can get a steal or jump ball, stuff like that. And so I think those are just great plays and ones that I can make.
Mm-hmm. They definitely are. And, you know, Taylor, this being 3 games in a row that have not come out the way that you guys wanted it to, what does that sound like in your locker room as you talk as a team about staying positive?
Yeah, I mean, we just say we got to stay together. We got to get in the gym, you know, keep working on not just ourselves, but working to get each other open and just have more of that team chemistry and put a good 40 minutes together for a game. I think that's something we've been struggling to do. But, yeah, I mean, we're optimistic. Obviously, we're a pretty young team, and we're still learning. But it's not an excuse. We got to get it done, and we will.
Yeah, a lot of bench production today, 39 points off the bench. So, you know, you and some of the other players that do that. So when you're in practice and you know that you're going against the starters every day, can you just talk about the confidence that gives you to come into a game like today and know that you're prepared?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a really fun team dynamic just to know that all the people on the bench believe in the girls out there, and if those girls out there end up on the bench, that they're going to cheer for us the same way. And we all know the coaches are obviously trying to win, putting who they think is going to help us win the game out there. And so I think, yeah, like you said, going against them in practice, we all push each other. We all want to get better every day. I think it's a special group.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, Taylor, and good luck on Thursday against Nebraska.
Thank you.
Catherine, thank you very much. And Taylor, of course, was outstanding in her play today as she ended up with 7 total points and 9 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals in 26 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's productivity at both ends of the floor, and more of the same from Taylor Stremlow. You know that she will provide 100% every minute that she's on the floor. A freshman gets better and better every time out. Postgame interview with Jan Jensen is presented by Oak Knoll, as Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Coach Jay, another hard-fought game, lots of runs throughout the game, but unfortunately never led throughout the entire time. I know it's hard to play from behind in the Big Ten, but just kind of what you saw today.
Well, the start I didn't like. I think we had 2 out of 3. The first 3 possessions were turnovers, which ended up, giving them, I think, a 5 to 6 point start. And then they never really felt pressure. We had a chance right after halftime. We cut it to 2, and then we missed a defensive assignment. So, I thought we gave better effort than we did at Illinois. At Illinois, we just were a little flat. I think what we saw tonight was, we just didn't have a go-to offensive person other than McCabe. I was so happy for McCabe. She played a great game, and she played a great game defensively. 4 for 5 overall. I think 4 for 7. But, Hannah had a tougher night. Lucy had a tougher night. We just we just couldn't quite get anything really rolling on that offensive side. And we got some really good looks in the first half for just about every one of our subs and I think our starters. And that 3 ball was just elusive except for Taylor McCabe.
Yeah, but you mentioned a couple of these names. You had 39 bench points today. You know, that came from both of the Taylors, McCabe and Stremlow. Ava Hayden showed some good things. Aaliyah Guyton, same thing. So just those minutes that you came from them, the production that came from the bench.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to, you're trying to stick with a little bit of a spark. And I thought our subbing pattern tonight was a little bit more consistent. I thought those guys gave us some really good sparks, on both ends. I think sometimes everybody, you like to look at offense, but they were giving it to it on defensively too. So I think that those 3 freshmen did a really nice job tonight.
Rebounding and defense have continued to be a strong suit for you. Out rebounding Indiana 39-30. You had 16 offensive rebounds. Unfortunately didn't quite convert on a lot of those. 16 no boards, but 7 second chance points. So something to look at there. But in general, being able to hang your hat on defense and then know that the offense will come. How do you think that you're able to get your team to, believe in that and know that they're putting the work in on the offensive in practice every single day, and that eventually those numbers will start to show up for them on the court? Yeah,
I think that's the thing is, they're disappointed locker room, right? Again, a little foreign territory for the upperclassmen, but getting them to understand that the reason it's a little tougher sledding now is it's Power 4 teams, right? The non-conference, we had a nice non-conference, but, collectively it wasn't Illinois, Indiana, the Michigan States, right? Obviously Maryland. So I think that the clicking that over in their mind consistently is, we've had a lot of nice minutes. We just really have yet to really put 40 minutes together. Even though we've beaten, I think, Purdue, we had a nice start, but we had some rough spots during the middle. At Penn State, we had a rough start. So we haven't really, in my opinion, really played a full 40, and I think that's why we're having, unfortunately, the losses.
Yeah, well, full 40 coming on Thursday against Nebraska. Thanks for your time, Coach.
I appreciate it, and thanks for all the fans for coming, and just stick with us. I think this young team, the youth that we're playing, I think it's eventually gonna pay off. So I just appreciate the support, and God bless and go Hawks.
Catherine, thank you very much, and thanks to Coach Jensen. And that's right, 40 minutes. That's what it takes in the Big Ten, and hopefully on Thursday night, a border rivalry, Iowa and Nebraska. Final score, Indiana 74, Iowa 67. We'll be back to listen in on some of tonight's top plays and wrap things up from Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Fran McCaffrey. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Go to BigGrove.com and enter for your chance to win Hawkeye tickets all season long. Or join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes, all season long. Go Hawks!
Hey folks, there's nothing better than burgers, beer, and sunshine. At Burger Shed, we've got all that and more. Try the pork banh mi sandwich with kimchi and teriyaki sauce, or triple your fun with the BS Mac, stacked with 3 buns with our signature BS sauce and homemade pickles. Wash it all down with a cold local brew, and don't forget to soak up the sunshine on one of our 2 patios with lakefront views. The only BS you need is the Burger Shed. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
74-67, Indiana defeats the Hawkeyes as Indiana gets win number 12 on the season, now stand at 4-1 in Big Ten conference play. Winners of 8 of their last 9. The Hawkeyes 12-5, 2-4 in the conference. Nebraska on Thursday night. It's time to listen in on some of tonight's top plays. O'Grady comes out to the elbow, will fire a 16-foot jumper and turn around and knock it down. Free throw line extended right, gives it to McCabe. Quick trigger three, right to the top of the key and drills it. The second three for Taylor McCabe. Drops it off for Taylor Stremlow. Now back to Olsen on the right side. Gets a screen into the paint, lost control of the basketball, gets it back to O'Grady, who has it swatted away, but there's Stremlow to pick it up and lay it in. 53-47. Crowd into it. Moore McNeil. Nice job racing down the right side of the lane. There's Ava Hayden with a big-time block as the ball goes out of bounds. Still at 64-51.
A lot of time without scores from either team. Almost 4 minutes for Indiana, almost 3 minutes for Iowa. So it's just there's been chances. When you're getting stops, there's always chances, but Iowa is just struggling to put the ball in the basket.
Gayton will throw it in along the baseline. Looks inside and then has to lob it out to Stremlow, who will fire a three-pointer. Hey, and bank one in. That's been a popular shot today. Hawks come out with full court pressure, down 66-59. 2 minutes left to go. And here's a steal. Three for McCabe. Count it from the top of the key. Taylor McCabe. And that was a big-time three by McCabe. And she led the Hawkeyes in scoring with 15 on 4 of 5 from 3. And when you're struggling, Catherine, on offense, you got to have somebody out there that can put the ball in the hoop. And Taylor's certainly capable of that.
Taylor's more than capable of that and has been for her career here at Iowa. And in minutes you've seen her get in her first couple of seasons in an Iowa uniform, they're always looking to her to get her going from 3. And as they start to fall, she starts to gain confidence. So that's something that I think Coach Jensen and the rest of that coaching staff will really look to capitalize and utilize as much as possible, with Taylor being, at this moment in time, really the only Iowa player shooting the 3 at a high clip.
You look at Taylor McCabe so far this year, her season-high 17 occurred at Penn State, and she also had 15 against the UNI Panthers to match the 15 here tonight. Taylor Stremlow grabbed a career-high 9 rebounds and 5 steals, along with her 7 points. Also, freshman Ava Hayden had 8 points, 5 rebounds, and a career-high 3 block shots. You heard one of them on the plays of the game. Addie O'Grady recorded double figures for the 13th time this season with her 11 points on 5 of 7 from the floor. Hawkeyes, as we told you, also out-rebounded Indiana 39-30. And now McCabe has made at least 2 3-pointers in 4 of the 6 Big Ten games this season. Up next for the Hawkeyes, it's the Nebraska Cornhuskers on Thursday. Yarden Garzone had a game-high 21 points. Chloe Moore McNeil with 18 and Sydney Parrish 15. Those were the 3 stars for Indiana. Certainly no surprise with those 3 that have played a ton of basketball in not only the Big Ten but in the NCAA. The Hawkeyes led by McCabe's 15. Also Addie O'Grady had 11. That'll wrap up our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball for this Sunday. You plan on joining us Thursday night. Hawkeyes will try to snap that 3-game losing streak against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. That is a 6 o'clock tip here at the arena. We'll be on the air with the pregame show at 5:30. For Catherine Reynolds, I'm Rob Brooks. The final score, once again, Indiana 74, Iowa 67. Have a good rest of what's left of the weekend, and we will talk tomorrow night for Hawk Talk from the Hyatt Regency in Coralville on the Hawkeye Radio Network between 6 and 7. Thanks so much for joining us. Good night from Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.